Okay, we're live. And we are live. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, the Strictly Law Business family. You're welcome to the third edition of the Strictly Law Business Conference. The first edition was titled
Mastering the Business of Legal Practice.
And in 2020, we brought you
to Visibility in Law Practice.
And finally, this year, we have come to Law Practice, Funding and Financing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm no stranger to you. I'm sure you know that. And she's no stranger to me either. But I'd like for her to introduce herself, and then I'll introduce myself and go on. Thank you.
My name is Funke Bolodioku.
My name is Omo, not Omo. Omo, not Imo or Umo. Omo, definitely not Omo. And both of us today will be your hosts. And we believe that today is going to be a very enriching time learning from our erudite facilitators and panelists on this topic, funding for lawyers. Funke, what do you think? Funding for lawyers. What comes to mind when you think about funding?
When I hear funding, I hear life wire, as it were, because without funding, nothing works, nothing moves without funds. I'm sure you would agree with me.
I agree. Even there's a saying that says that money is the, let me use your word, life wire for propagation of the gospel. The gospel we are propagating today is that legal practice in Nigeria, legal practice in Africa can be better. And how do we ensure that we are adequately funded to get the best of the practice?
It is that we make sure that, and we begin to have these conversations around making finance available and funding for lawyers.
You know, Funke, during COVID, there was a lot of stimulus packages for SMEs and several. Did you get any as a lawyer?
No, I'm still waiting to get one.
That's what we are talking about today. Why are they excluding us? Sorry, I'm joking, but I'm sure you get the point. Professionals need to get to the point. The government or people generally need to get to the point where we understand that professionals also need help. For a whole year, the legal practice, or for about a whole year, the legal practice was, nothing was happening. I mean, the people in that sector and the industry was hit. I know that agri sector got funding. I know that the CBN and the Bank of Industry supported and partnered with certain other industries and sectors to get funding. Even the entertainment sector got funding. Why can't you, lawyer, get funding? And that's what we're going to be talking about today. And you're welcome, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, joining us from everywhere. Please type in the comment section where you're joining us from. If you're joining us from out of Africa, Singapore, the United States, the UK, wherever you're joining us from, please let us know. And of course, if you are back here at home, Tiwa, as we call it, Tiwa, our own. Let us also know if you're in Lagos, let's know. If you're in Abuja, let's know. If you're in Ikote, Benin, let us know. And we'll be glad to acknowledge you. Funke, over to you.
Okay, like Omo has said, we are pleased to welcome you to today's conference, and we'll be having such an insightful time talking about what has been, what will always be one of the, if not the most important factor for any business. And we all know that the law practice is business as well. And so it's high time we begin to have these conversations around money, around finance, around funding for lawyers. Would like to know, as he has said, where you're tuning in from. Would like to know where you're watching from today. So keep it coming, keep the comments coming wherever you're watching. Would like to know. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, and on behalf of the planning committee and the entire team at the Strictly Law Business, we'd like to welcome you. In a moment, we're having the chairman's welcome address, and then we'll have the convener, the visionary, and the pathfinder, the arrowhead, the head honcho of the Strictly Law Business address us. And without wasting time, we'll go straight to the keynote. It promises to be very exciting. And then, as we know, today we are having panel sessions, and we have our moderators on standby, as well as the panelists. And so, without much ado, I think it's time for me to take you to the convener, Busola Ajala, to welcome Busola Ajala to come have the welcome address as we proceed in this year's edition of the Strictly Law Business Conference. Aren't you excited that we can do this regardless of the pandemic and the social distancing rule and all these things?
Yes, absolutely. I am excited that we're able to ride on the wave of technology. Technology to bring you this conference today, irrespective of the situation globally with the pandemic, or panorama as some people now call it. Irrespective of the situation, we're able to still, gather, howbeit virtually, to have this conversation. It would have been a shame if we had to postpone because there's COVID, there's limitations as to how much people can gather, but it's so exciting to be able to do this, to sit in the comfort of your offices, your home, and have this conversation today. So I'm really excited that we're able to proceed irrespective.
I'm excited that this year was not cancelled. They say that 2020 was a cancelled year. This year, the Strictly Law Business Conference is not cancelled. And thanks to technology and all the things that have enabled us to be able to work. Okay, I hear from the back end that Busola is ready to come up. So without much ado, it's just I can't tell you to clap wherever you are. Oh, but you can drop those emojis or emojis. What are they called?
Emojis.
Emojis. I'm a bushman. These emojis, we call it in my village. But you can drop those emojis and clap when you need to give your applauses, and you can drop those emojis to let us know that you are also actively following us.
Okay, so would hold on to, I know we're all eager to listen to the convener, to Busola Ajala, about her speech about this year's conference, but would hold on to that. There's been a group of people that has been saddled with the responsibility of putting together this year's conference. So we'll go on to take the welcome speech of the chairman of the planning committee, Mr. Temiloluwa
Dosunmu. Mr. Temiloluwa Dosunmu. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Move to the center, we can't see it. The mic is still on.
A warm welcome to our distinguished panelists, sponsors, community members, friends, listeners, and viewers. We are live at the Business of Law Conference 3.0 to yet again, as is our tradition, take on perhaps the most hushed yet significant issues challenging the growth of the legal profession. In our world today, Most tech-enabled businesses thrive, not because of the nerdy ideas up their sleeves. Rather, it is the volume of capital accessible through unconventional means of funding. Curiously, questions around access to capital for lawyers, economic stimulus, grants, loans are never asked. Where they are there asked, one is met with oppositions and opposing perceptions seemingly traceable to our rules of professional conduct. In the course of interviewing some of the discussants and panelists today, I was amazed at the level of consensus on the interrelationship between capital and growth in today's legal practice. The knowledge and industry within the space becomes a stillborn where capital is non-existent to drive it. No ecosystem or sphere of human endeavor has ever experienced tremendous growth, primarily with its players. Financial technology, popularly known as fintech, is a reality today due to the intervention of tech companies in the financial space. Presently, banks are outdoing one another in terms of technology as opposed to the brick and mortar banking services and solutions. The legal profession of the future is symbiotic and inclusive. Venture capitalists, private equity firms, capital and money market experts are perhaps the most active players to champion that future of our dreams. This is why a pioneer par excellence, Busola Ajala, the convener of the Business of Law Conference, has defied the odds to gather in this room the world's finest minds across non-legal sectors to help the shy legal sector break boundaries without losing its nobility heritage. While the NBA, the Nigerian Bar Association, must be commended for its foresight through initiatives such as the SBL, masterclasses, a lot is still required to be done for lawyers to know how to follow the money. A watertight compartmentalization of the profession from those its services such as banks, startups, VCs, and PEs is bad for business. Rethink and reimagine our business models from partnership style to the corporate variants. No risk, no profits. With risk comes better risk management. Those who trade Forex and crypto perhaps know this. Special thanks to all our panelists, moderators, community members for making this event a reality. I also have the law firm of Simmons Cooper Partners to thank for indulging me in moments where duty calls at the amazing Strictly Law business community. Dear audience, sit back, focus, engage, network, take action as we make the history of change now. God bless you all. Thank you and welcome again. At this juncture, I would like to call on the convener of the Business of Law Conference 3.0, a pioneer par excellence, the one and only Busola Ajala. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I trust we are doing well from our respective location. Thank you for welcoming us again this year to your homes and your respective offices. We are glad to have you, and thank you for honoring our call every time we put out a call for the conference. Thank you so much. So I'll go right into my speech. Normally, it is expected that the wisest of sayings will come from some of the gray-haired fathers. But one of the greatest statements was made by a young man who said, the beginning of every great movement, transformational change, worthwhile development can be traced to a group of people with like minds coming together to ask the right questions. My name is Olubusola Jala, and I am privileged to be the founder of Strictly Law Business and the convener of this beautiful conference, the Business of Law Conference. I think it is something to be excited about that we are gathered here, howbeit online, as we stream this conference all over the world. I know that in previous years, we could have been in the same physical location. However, this year's conference is unique. It's unique because it is a testament to our commitment to professional development. We have not made up excuses not to be here, because inside everyone present here lies a determination to make advancements in your law practice. This is a subtle reminder that just like in 2019 and 2020, attending the Business of Law Conference is a step in the right direction to achieving your professional goals for this year, 2021. So this conference is packed with some of the most brilliant minds in the legal and finance sector. It has a feeling of convergence of some of the world's most brilliant minds. And I am sure we are all ready to brainstorm, ask questions, constructively challenge status quo as we explore the possibilities of creating a new pathway for the legal services market in Nigeria. It is said that to have a clearer view of where we are headed, we must take account of where exactly we are coming from. I remember launching the first edition of this conference in 2019. The vision was very clear. I wanted it to serve as a platform with which we can change the narratives of our industry, make the profession more attractive, more profitable, and ultimately transform the legal industry into a strong institution. It's been 3 years since the first edition, and I can boldly say that we have done well, howbeit we're only just starting. Just last year, our team was on visibility as we emphasized the need for lawyers to strategically position themselves for business opportunities. This was not only instrumental to the attendees amidst unforeseen global spread of COVID-19, but vital for SLB as well. We stood strong in the pandemic as we delivered value to our community without looking back. From our international virtual summits to several webinar sessions and to the Lawyers Activate Strategy session, we led discussions locally and globally to encourage legal practitioners to keep their head up amidst the unfortunate state of the economy. Today, we have come together for the highly anticipated discourse on funding and finance for the legal profession. The nature of this discussion is inherently interesting because on the one hand, the legal practice, like every other business, requires appropriate funding, and on the other hand, unlike other business, the legal profession has specific rules and regulations governing it. So it is an interesting one that we have on our hands today. However, what's paramount is our motive for organizing this discourse. We are here because we want the legal sector in Nigeria to not only be revered, but to be seen as a strong institution contributing substantially to the economy. We are here to challenge our minds to wander outside the box and rethink the status quo. Finally, we are here to have such a discussion that would enlighten as well as broaden our vision to make the best of our law practice and deliver world-class services. It is with great joy that I welcome you all to the Business of Law Conference 2021. Thank you for being here. I'll say, sit back, relax, enjoy yourself, because we have a lot awaiting you. And I tell you, from every panel session, even up to the master classes, you are in for a great time. So just relax and have a good time. Thank you so much. So that's my speech. But before I leave here, I just want to say Happy International Women's Day to all the beautiful women in this room. particularly to all our female panelists, past and present. We love you, we appreciate you, and I want to implore us that as we choose to challenge, we should always choose to challenge ourselves to higher standard, to higher responsibilities, and to become better. Thank you very much. I hand over to our moderator.
Oh, yeah, okay. What a wow.
What a wow.
Yeah, excuse me. As I said, I'm a bushman. She's the refined and cultured person. I, on the other hand, I'm a crude. Let me not use on refined, but you get the point. Um, Two powerful speeches from the convener and the chairman of the planning committee. So much speak, so much to learn. I mean, think about it. Every time an entrepreneur says that he wants to do business, the critical thing is always capital.
Where's the money?
Where's the money? So if every other entrepreneur is getting capital, lawyers are entrepreneurs, by the way.
Yeah.
If every other entrepreneur is getting capital, why aren't we getting capital? You know, and as Busola said in the closing her speech, Happy International Women's Day. So all the women on the platform.
Thank you very much. Happy International Women's Day, women, beautiful women across the world. You matter, you rock. You make the world go round.
Thank you for being so strong pillars in our lives. Thank you for being so supportive. Thank you for being so caring. Thank you for being so nurturing. And we pray that this year, every ceiling above you shattered. Okay, without much ado, I'll just run through some numbers. First thing I'd like to say is that on YouTube, we have over 100 people streaming already on YouTube. And I'd like to also officially welcome our Facebook audience, our Zoom audience, and all the other audience streaming from across different platforms. You know, we have people from Ibadan.
Wow.
We have people from Ado-Ekiti. We have people from Kogi State. We have people from Kebbi. We have people from Abakaliki.
Wow.
We have people from UI. Yeah, we have people from Abia. We have people from Port Harcourt. We have people from Kebbi and Ebonyi State. And the interesting part, ladies and gentlemen, is that we have people from Trinidad and Tobago and South Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is as international as it can be. And thank you for staying there. Thank you for joining. We hope to keep engaging us as we go on. But for now, I'll hand over to Funke, who would introduce the next stage of the program.
Thank you very much, Amor. It's interesting that we have people from all across the world, and you're all welcome. So the next theme, the next item, the next agenda on the program today is the keynote speech. And who is a better person, who is a better speaker to bring to you the keynote speech for today's conference than the learned silk, Sheni Adio. Mr. Sheni Adio's bio, his work, his accomplishments speaks for itself. For those of us who are, I'm sure almost everyone here is a lawyer, but because we also have people tuning in from outside Nigeria, but for those of us who are members of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Sheni Adio does not need too much introduction. He is a senior advocate of Nigeria, and it is interesting that he's had over 30 years of experience, 30 years or more.
I was barely 5.
30 years experience across various national and international aspects, practice, and experience. He's bringing all of that to the table today. He's also the chairman of the business section of the Nigerian Bar Association, if I'm correct. So we'll be bringing him on board shortly to bring to you the keynote speech. If I were to read out the full profile of the Learned Silk, I probably would spend up to an hour, but I'm sure that we're all familiar with him. Okay, but for just for introduction, I would go on to say that, as I've said, he's a senior advocate of Nigeria. He's also an attorney at law in the state of New York and Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the United States of America. Before he returned to Nigeria, Mr. Dio has practiced law at the international law firm of Mint Levine in Boston, where he achieved the remarkable feat of becoming a litigation partner. He has also counseled multinational publicly held conglomerates and public-private companies on various matters, including but not limited to fiduciary law and corporate governance, securities law, legislative and regulatory matters before the US Congress, real estate, valuation and tax, internet technology and security, insurance and coverage disputes. And I mean, his experiences is so wide, so far spread, so diverse. And he has returned to Nigeria, and he has complemented his business litigation background with extensive expertise in admiralty, maritime, energy, oil and gas, telecommunications, and capital market transactions and counseling. Mr. Dio is also a duly registered lawyer with the Nigerian Securities and Exchange Commission as a capital market solicitor. With a resounding ovation, please keep the emojis coming. Ladies and gentlemen,
welcome to SLB 2021, the distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Sheni Adio, SAN. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. It's a distinct pleasure to be here this morning. I hope I can live up to the expectations you have created. Funke, you have done a good job in also dating me, that I've been practicing for over 30 years. I'm not going to hold that against you. But it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm delighted to be here. So I know we're running slightly behind schedule, so I'll get right to it as follows. So thank you again for having me. At the threshold, I would like to convey the warm greetings and best wishes from the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Lumide Apata. Mr. Apata was actually looking forward to this conference for a multitude of reasons, not the least of which is that the theme of this conference, law practice, funding, and finance, fits squarely in the NDA president, which simply put is about law as a business and breaking new frontiers. Of course, it would be polite of me to thank the organizers of this conference, especially members of the planning committee chaired by Mr. Temilolo Adosumo, and certainly the founder of Strictly Law Business, Ms. Busola Jala. I would also like to acknowledge the very distinguished role that you have that we'll be hearing from later on this morning and into the afternoon. I'm quite familiar with some of the panelists, including Mr. Luka Dekpiton, the Managing Director, CEO of Bank of Industry. Also, while waiting to come on, I also had seen that you've also attracted quite a number of very distinguished legal practitioners, some of whom I've already chatted with privately. This will probably be one of the most succinct keynote addresses that you have listened to. This is deliberate. Subject to the concurrence of the organizers, it would be more impactful to have an interactive session as time will enable us, hopefully, to get beyond the rhetoric what I'd like us to do today is get beyond the rhetoric and actually proffer some solutions that can be actioned, hopefully. Already, I think Mr. Dosumu talked about this. Certainly, our compares, both Omo and Funke, also had talked about the fact that finance is the lifeblood of a business. And that's a very often quoted saying. The same way that it is in manufacturing or technology, logistics, agriculture, and so forth, it is for law practice, particularly if you're aspiring to be a full service law firm and to scale in order to be able to handle large transactions and this resolution matters simultaneously, especially. And the finance is the lifeblood of a business. Then human resources are its brains, so to speak. And invariably, getting the best brains, so to speak, costs money. To illustrate in the context of a legal practitioner, law practice has become highly specialized, and clients increasingly want to engage experts, not generalists. Clients increasingly want prompt delivery of legal services, efficient delivery of legal services, and dare I say 24/7, 365 availability of and access to legal services. So the clients want it all, and somebody has to pay for that. Those qualities I just reeled out require finance. To become an expert requires training and continuing legal education. To promptly and efficiently deliver legal services, infrastructure, and technology, to name a few. So likewise, 365 recently conducted a survey, by a gentleman also in the legal profession, trying to get information as to how we can enhance our respective practices. And one of the questions on the survey was, and I'm ad-libbing now, was how, if at all, the pandemic has affected legal practice of those responding to the survey. In my case, I think what I take was that it hadn't. It's been somewhat neutral because yes, there are some hiccups initially, but invariably, again, being able to leverage on technology, one adjusted rather quickly, and it really became of no moment. So there wasn't a dip. Perhaps there wasn't an increase in activity. We'll find out maybe later on as we continue to finalize what to take to do. All those things cost money. So again, for those financial gurus who are in the audience, we need you. I think Mr. Dosum also mentioned rules of professional conduct. In this part, that's one of the Achilles, if I may use that description, that we have in our legal profession. It's one of the relics also that, frankly, in many respects, no longer makes sense, and perhaps is even inimical to fostering Nigerian law firms those. For example, Rule 53 of the RPC, which talks about division of, it essentially provides except with another lawyer based upon the division of service or responsibility, provided that an agreement by a lawyer with his firm, partner, or association may provide for the payment of money over a period of his death or her death, or business of a deceased lawyer may pay compensation that fairly represents the services that the deceased lawyer had had done before his or her demise. And lastly, C, a law firm may include non-lawyer employees in a retirement plan, even though the plan is based on a profit sharing arrangement. Those are the exceptions. I mean, Nigerian law firms and lawyers from soliciting funds / investments from, for example, private equity or other investment firms to grow their practices or fund legal services such as litigation expenses in the case of contingent fee, or using the US example, for example, district others. Another provision in the conduct rule 1, talking about payment of expenses for litigation. This rule actually prohibits lawyers from funding the litigation expenses of clients, except in very limited circumstances, which I will not bore you with. And I say, juxtapose that with the modern trend in other common law clients, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, United States, where in the case of the United Kingdom, for example, you have law firms listed on the stock exchange in the last count, not that three now. I think the most recent law group, PLC, I think. And the US law firms have the latitude to source funding from third parties, especially when it came to large cases involving toxic torts, product liability, and again, multi-district litigation cases, particularly cases involving asbestos litigation, environmental litigation, and so on and so forth. Again, to give an example, like I said, more recently, Keystone Law Group listed on the LSE in the UK and raised approximately £50 million recently. The other firms that have also gone public. And if you want to scale up, you need access to finance. And so, we have to do something about that. Now, to be sure, I'm not being prescriptive here. I'm not saying that, we should be looking towards having our law firms being able to list on an exchange. I'm not saying that. In fact, perhaps as a corollary to that, you will find that perhaps the top 100 most profitable firms are not listed. So listing is not necessarily, the silver bullet, so to speak. What is an option that perhaps at some point we too could consider down the line. But to further illustrate the volume, some of our colleagues in other climes, some numbers from 2019. Just some numbers. So the law firm Kirkland and Ellis in 2019, yes, grossed revenues of $41 billion US. As a law firm. Latham and Watkins grossed 3.7, almost $4 billion. DLA Piper 3.1, Baker and McKenzie 2.9, essentially $3 billion. Denton's 2.8. Essentially, the top 10 global law firms, all of them grossed over $2 billion in 2019. That's kind of money that we're talking about that law firms generate. So again, there's tremendous opportunity here for lawyers, but also for the finance folks. Right home, the Central Bank of Nigeria, Bank of Industry, Nigerian Stock Exchange, all of whom many of us have worked with in one way or another. Lawyers, with the advent of the African Free Trade Continental area, this has heightened the need, in my view, for our financial institutions to support law firms and indeed other professional service providers to leverage on the domestic wealth of expertise to compete for and retain the bulk of law and other professional services on the continent. So the AFCFTA, the predicate for it was for us to trade amongst ourselves in the Pan-African trade and retain by far the large amount in services and goods on the continent. So, for example, it is beyond any reasonable debate that Nigeria has a competitive advantage towards becoming a preferred seat of arbitral proceedings for Pan-African disputes, both in terms of the domiciliation of highly accomplished and very well-regarded arbitrators, as well as modern arbitral centers, such as the Lagos Court of Arbitration and the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators UK Nigeria branch, to name a few. So we have the manpower, we have the resources, we have the that many leading arbitration practitioners who are domiciled in Nigeria, who are based in Nigeria, who are Nigerians, and who can stand toe to toe with the best of them globally. We also have first-class, first-rate centers in Nigeria where these disputes can be resolved. There's an opportunity there, and I'm going to give you some additional numbers in a few minutes. The amount of legal work that foreign law firms derive from Nigeria alone is in the range of tens of millions of dollars annually, and that is an estimate. Nigerian law firms need to scale up to better compete with foreign law firms. This requires fund structure, technology, and compensation. To illustrate with some numbers, I know bankers love numbers because you have to make it compelling for them. Here are some numbers. These are from 2018. It takes a while for these numbers to become available, but I'll give you some numbers just for perspective. In 2018, the law sector employed 400,000 full-time professionals in the UK, which approximately 1.7% of the total UK workforce. Now, the value that workforce contributed to the UK economy was approximately 60 billion pounds. 60 billion pounds, which constituted approximately 2.8% of the UK GDP. That's a mess. And here's the kicker. In 2017, the net export of UK legal services was circa 5 billion pounds. By UK export, I mean UK law firms going out to get work in other jurisdictions. 5 billion pounds. Now, where do you think most of this were being provided? UK law firms were not taking, and I'm not picking on UK law firms, I'm just saying, they were not taking work from, American law firms or Canadian law firms or German law firms or French law firms. Most of the work they were getting, were in developing economies, in the Commonwealth predominantly. So that trend, obviously, we need to reverse that trend. UK law firms are welcome. It's not a hostile environment. I'm just saying that we need to do what we need to do to retain as much of this. And in closing, this brings me back to what speakers had said before in terms of CBN, Bank of Industry. We need to collaborate together, the NBA, to collaborate with you towards developing an intervention fund that legal practitioners and law firms can access based on, established criteria. Well, in closing, I said I'll be brief, so I'm going to stick to my promise. I thank you all for listening. I look forward to this conference being a watershed moment towards proffering solutions to serve the pent-up needs of professional services sector, and in particular, the legal services profession. Thank you very much again. I'm going to stay on and available to participate if I'm welcome in some of the breakout sessions. So again, with that, I thank you very much for listening. Thanks. Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for the numbers. even we, the lawyers, it's not just bankers that like numbers. We lawyers who like numbers. And we are staggered by these numbers, to say the least. You mean that top 10 law firms globally make above 2 billion US dollars? Funke, what do you make of that?
It took me a millisecond for my heart to stop palpitating, particularly when Mr. Dio mentioned that the UK earned, I think in 2017, about £5 billion.
From jobs that are coming from, I know you don't want to be, from Africa, because Africa is the only, well, not, let me just say, about the only developing economy now.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting that you also noted that the RPC is an Achilles heel that we need to, it is the elephant in the room that we need to deal with for us to progress in NS. And we're also very grateful that you mentioned that the CBN and the Bank of Industry need to all come on board, and all stakeholders need to have hands on deck to ensure that the legal practice and legal sector becomes more competitive by acquisition of technology and, of course, development of the human capital, which is the brain of the legal business.
Yeah, it was also quite important that, sir, you mentioned that it is important that we begin to have these conversations, because funding and finance is also required to, attract best brains, become an expert. Everything particularly relies on finance to work smoothly. So for those who, are largely numbers people who want to hear what's in it for us, why should we sit down and have these conversations around money? It's not just because we need finance, it's also because it's an end to a means to an end, rather. Yeah, so your keynote speech, you've just made the work of the conference so easy. You've given us a softer ground for us to move on and have what is going to be a really smooth conference today about funding and finance for lawyers.
Should I tell you what also excited me?
Yes.
That the NBA president is watching me. Mommy, I have blown. Don't mind me. Mr. Lumidi Apatayesian, thank you for watching. Thank you for being so delighted and looking forward to the SLB. It means that the conference is gaining ground and momentum.
Absolutely.
And we're having the conversations that need to be had, because, as you said, sir, that the conversations we are having tie in very well with the goals of the NBA in this tenure. Okay, and that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying there. I'm sure that your appetite has been whet as much as ours has been back here at the studio. And we believe that now we know that we are not just creating themes for conference as we will or as we like. The theme of this conference is actually very, very relevant to the current state. I mean, think about it. We are not hostile, as the Leonard Silk has mentioned. We are not hostile to the UK lawyers, but if they are taking £5 billion job from us, imagine what £5 billion can do to our sector, not to now talk of our economy as a whole. And on that note, you see what I'm saying? As we are talking about our sector and economy, NEPA decided to strike. I'm sorry. Oh, but we are still on. We are still on. We're still on, just a moment. This is why we say we need to acquire technology to enable us. We need to acquire technology to enable us function effectively in these climes. All right, we will not waste time. We want to quickly go back to the Business of Law conference video, a few clips and views from the past. The Business of Law conference video. Please don't go anywhere. We have panelists waiting to dissect the challenges, the limitation and function of law firm practice with personal finance. We have panelists ready to dissect and go into non-traditional funding opportunities for law practice. And we have another panel to talk about access to capital for law firms, the roles of financial institutions. And as I said earlier, the Bank of Industry is represented in this year's conference, and the central bank is represented in this year's conference. And as you have seen, the NBA, the NBA, and is represented in this conference to ensure that at least when we get all the conversations from all angles, the RPC can then be dealt with in a way that everything we're discussing here goes on to be implemented and easy for us to assimilate into our system and our sector. Okay, now let's go to the
Yes, so stay with us as we take you to the video about the Business of Law conference. Grab your popcorns. It's a good time to grab a drink, a cup of coffee. Just stay in the studio as we bring you the video. Thank you.
I like that rhyme. Stay in the studio as we bring you the video. Okay, nice one. All right, we'll be with you shortly. Thank you.
Is an interesting one because on one hand, the law practice, like every other business venture, requires appropriate funding. But on the other hand, it's obvious that the legal practice has specific rules and regulations that are peculiar to the profession. In the coming minutes, we would be listening to lawyers with different levels of experience talk about how they kick-started their legal practice, the challenges with funding, and how exactly they pulled through. Let's listen.
Good morning, Mrs. Afesojayi. We are glad to have you here for this interview. Thank you for responding to our call or to SLB's call, Strictly Law Business Call. The essence of this interview is for us to have a conversation with you, being a law firm founder, right? To know what it has been running your law firm. You know, at the point of starting, how did you jumpstart? Did you have access to capital to fund your law firm practice, or did you have to leverage personal finance, or were you able to get some sort of soft loan from banks, or was it an issue of getting some sort of crowdfunding from family, friends, and or we just want to have this conversation just for you to share your experience with us on what it has been running your law firm in terms of financing, in terms of funding.
Finance constraints were real for me because, like I said to you earlier, I had just resigned. And the point of something they tell you when you are going to resign.
Please, I would like you to raise your voice higher so that we can. Yeah.
Something they will tell you when you want to resign is that you should have saved some money, at least 6 months of your salary to sustain you. So I did that, and then I then had to take out of that savings for sustenance. You get, and it was, for me, it was particularly a unique journey because I wasn't single, right? If I were, let me say, if I was at a stage where it was just me, but I had a point, I was at a stage where I had other obligations to other people. I had dependents.
Absolutely.
So, the personal finance was a struggle between my own personal needs, between things I wanted for the business, and then also for my dependents. So it was a distribution of what was available. It was a careful distribution of what was available. In fact, I recall, I had to make some spending cuts in my house. So we had to say, we will no longer buy this. We will no longer buy this. We will no longer. We sat down. It was it was a deliberate thing that until we cross past this phase, certain things are no longer available. All these movies and because our business is one that is largely based on impression. So there are times that one person, maybe you are trying to get a particular. In fact, I remember an experience. It was a foreign company, and we were trying to get this work. So they had asked us, oh, send in your profile, we'll interview your people, and we'll get to meet with you. And oh, sorry, I'm not speaking loud. We'll interview your people, and we'll get to meet with you and your people, and all of that. Now, because it was a particular area of expertise, if I had enough access to funds, I could have said, look, we have this thing coming. Let's begin to hire people who have this skill towards this thing. Or let me
So you needed funding also to hire talent.
Yes, absolutely. Or we'll say, okay, let's begin to or I could say, okay, I'll take some courses, but I had to sit down and read some of these things on my own. I had to sit down and read some of these things on my own. I had to thank God for good friends. I had to network, call people.
And did you eventually get the brief?
No. No.
Can you imagine? So what was the reason? Was it also, did it also have to do with not having enough talent? What was the reason why you didn't get the brief?
Okay, so I recall sending a mail to the company saying, look, give us feedback why you think we are not the right fit for this. And ultimately, it was like, oh, we don't think your staff strength is, you guys, you're kind of few. We don't think you
have enough talent capacity to.
Yes, we don't think you can support the work. So that was it.
Wow.
It was for me, it was a good experience because that was the first time I was actually trying to bid for something, trying to bid for work. So it was a good experience. And it also will tell you what other people are looking out for. And so that, look, in the next phase, this is what you should do. But if we had more money, we would have gotten the right guys. And would have got more opportunity. You get so, but so that's an example. In fact, that's just one of the many examples of opportunities lost because of lack of funding. Law practice is largely based on perception. You need funding to be able to put yourself in the way you want to be perceived. You need funding to get the opportunity. So let's even say little things like a website. If you are just starting up, you are talking to a developer, they want to host it, they're going to give you a bill for that. And if what you have, like me, is my piggy bank, if what you have is and that piggy bank, the money side is not for you. There are some funds that is your own. Anything you do with it is between you. You don't answer to anybody. But there are some funds, it's not for you. It may be your custody, but all your dependents will ask you what you did. So it was like that. So even to you are talking to a website developer, they are giving you bills for. It's like no advertisement. So why would you be thinking of marketing budget? But these are things that you must invest in, and you need money to do those
things.
I will make you laugh. I once had a client who told me, Mike, I've rendered services to this man. We were talking on the phone, and he would call you and he told me, he said, I spoke to my lawyer. I thought I was his lawyer. Do you understand? He said, I spoke to my lawyer. He said, but what it just told me was, see, this is this person's perception of you. Do you get? And sometimes I don't mean to sound, I don't mean to sound vain or petty. Sometimes it can it can be as little as the kind of car you drive. I remember somebody once went for a meeting and the person escorted us and the other guy said, he wants to see the car we came in, to see if the money we called in there we are justified. Yes, I'm telling you, look at the car go this way and go this way. So to make money, you need to spend money. It's a general. So it's the same thing with law. To make money as a lawyer, you must spend money. You must spend money on your resources. You must spend money on your people's perception of you. You must spend money on that. If you want to go find this thing, sit down and begin to save towards some of these international programs.
Exactly.
Make it a project for you. But how do I do that when I still have some bills to pay on the side, when I still have my own family issues to sort out? All of that requires funding. So yes, there are more funding will certainly provide us with more opportunities.
Yeah, and the beauty of all of this is that at the end of the day, we get this money. The number one thing is going to change for us is the confidence, because that confidence we need it. It's very, very important, particularly in our Nigerian legal services markets. That confidence is important because if you're not thinking that, I'm in need of cash, or I need working capital, or I need to pay this bill, or when you know that, I have some amount of money, I have working capital in place, then you can tell any client who is not ready who can afford you to walk away, right? You have that confidence, and then you have I sent an invoice once to a client, and the client came back. The client was referred, through a friend. We have a mutual friend who referred, the client to me, and I sent an invoice, for that service, and the client came back to say, "Oh, my friend thinks that you are highly expensive. Like this service can cost, way lower. In fact, he said it can cost maybe divided by 3 of the amount I charged." And I told him, I had to justify, the invoice, and because of the quality of work I had done in the past, so he knew that yes, I need Musola to handle this. But what gave me that confidence? The confidence came from the fact that, I can ask you to walk away. So it's not a do or die here. And that's because I know that, I'm not desperate, in need of money. But imagine that I was desperately in need of money at that particular point in time. I would have just, taken it. I would take it, So I think that, like from what you said, it is important that we have access to capital, at least working capital for us to sustain the business, while we are growing, pending when we are able to expand, or pending when we are able to get the big briefs that would help us to scale. So I think, yes, you've been able to do. You've been able to answer this question, in the way we anticipated, because of course we know that there would have been some sort of challenges that you have encountered. We can't put a value to the Nigerian legal services market because nobody knows. There's a lot of secrecy going on and all of that. And but not even go to, that's some sort of digression. But my point is, can the CBN and BOI, do you think, the CBN and BOI coming together to set up a development fund, do you think it would help? Or do you think it's a nice idea? What do you think about it? What do you think about it?
Okay. Providing funding for lawyers certainly is a good idea. And we have seen from what has happened to other SMEs that it's possible to come up with tailor-made packages for a particular industry or for a particular group of people that would suit their own peculiar needs. So we have seen that is possible. For the NBA, more than coming up with funding, for people. Because like I said, even when you get funding, you don't immediately begin to get your ROI the next morning. You don't immediately begin to get it like the day following. Sometimes you may not even be able to get it in a year. Because particularly because the legal services market now is becoming increasingly competitive. The mantra now is attack from the flanks. Begin to look at areas nobody is doing anything and begin to go into those areas so that by the time people wake up and they're coming there, you've already grown deep roots in the ground in those areas. So the point I'm just trying to make is even if somebody were to advance a loan
Okay, you see, ladies and gentlemen, the essence of that video was just to showcase um, like a testimonial of what it takes sometimes for a lawyer to start out as an entrepreneur in this side of town, in this divide, in our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard firsthand. I'm sure the stories resonates with you. Her story resonates with you in terms of when you decide to set out your practice. It posed the challenge of trying to mix your personal finance with your um, practice finance. And that is why we're moving to this very next panel session. The panel session, I believe, is holding on Zoom. Oh, the panel session is here. I apologize. However, the master class, we have a master class later that will be on Zoom. Okay, without much ado, we'll just go into bringing in the panelists and the this panel session. We are addressing the challenges and limitations of funding law practice with personal finance. There's a limit to how much personal finance can go, basically. And so we want to delve into that conversation now. And we're starting with our panelists. Funke, help me.
Yes. So our first panelist for this first panel session is Mrs. Kemi Ajayi. Mrs. Kemi Ajayi is a legal practitioner with over 18 years experience. She's the Chief Operating Officer of Banwo and Igodalo. She's a business and financial and administrative expert. She's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, amongst other professional bodies. She holds an MBA from the Manchester Business School. She's a premier executive of the Harvard Business School, amongst others. You're welcome, Mrs. Ajayi.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us out of your busy schedule. The next panelist is no stranger to the Business of Law Conference. He was a panelist at one time. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Max Ikongbe is a 2018 recipient of the Esquire Nigerian Legal Award for 40 under 40 lawyers shaping the Nigerian legal sector. He's a founding partner of Ever Law Associates, and is a member of the arbitration. He has extensive practice in the field of arbitration, ICT, technology law, intellectual property, and is a Nigerian representative to the International Bar Association of Young Lawyers Committee, and is a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitration and the Nigerian Bar.
You're welcome, Mr. Ikongbe. I'll go on to introduce our next panelist, Mrs. Chinyere Wanaka. But before I go on to introduce Ms. Chinyere, I would briefly correct the impression that I had given earlier. The thing with lawyers is that there's this part of your brain that assumes everybody is a lawyer. So I may have briefly impersonated Mrs. Ajayi as being a lawyer.
Apologies for that.
Apologies, ma'am. I'll go on to call on Ms. Chinyere Wanaka, who is a lawyer and a social entrepreneur. She is the founder and the managing partner of the Firma Advisory. She is a multifaceted businesswoman and an award-winning personality. She has a social impact award from the Vice President of Nigeria. She is also a Harvard-trained policy implementation expert. She is also the head of the fundraising committee of the Nigerian Bar Association. Please, with a resounding ovation, welcome. I like to see the emojis coming. Welcome Miss Chineye, I beg your pardon, to this panel session. You're welcome, ma'am.
I like that. Welcome.
Thank you for
Mrs.
having
Chineye, if
me.
you please turn on your video so that we can see you. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. It's good to meet you. Okay, final panelist for this panel session is Mr. Kunle Obende. Mr. Kunle Obende needs no introduction, as he is a distinguished fellow and a very, very erudite scholar in his field. And the moderator for this session is no other, Mr. Kunle Obende. Thank you for joining us. You can unmute your audio so that we can do like a short test run. Thank you, sir. Mr. Davidson Oturu. Mr. Davidson Oturu is a partner at Alex Law Firm. Alex Law Firm in Nigeria is one of the top tier law firms. Mr. Oturu is a member of the American Bar and has been awarded by the ILFR as one of the rising stars in the legal practice. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please grab your seats, grab your pen, and definitely your notepads, because we're about to learn from these distinguished fellows. Mr. Peterson will turn the mic over to you soon, but I just need to make a few announcements. Please, everybody, ensure that you have your notes and your pen, because at some point, if you want to ask questions, we might need to take questions from you on the subject that is being discussed. Mr. Davidson, over to you, sir. Apologies for the murder of your name in a few seconds ago.
All right, thank you, folks.
Before we
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes, just can hear you.
Yes, we
Morning,
can.
everyone. How are you all
briefly,
doing?
sir.
Morning, Max, Madam Kemi. I can't see Chineye here. I don't know if she's here with us. Or
I'm
she's
with you.
Oh,
I'm
really?
with you.
She's here.
1 second, I'm turning on my video in 2 seconds.
All right,
All right,
thank you
fine.
so much.
Thank you to the MCs. You guys have been doing a good job. Keep up the good work. Let's see how we can get the panel going smooth and ready. I'm glad that we are here finally. We have such a fantastic panel. Seasoned bootstrappers, people who started it from the trenches. And, seeing Max this morning wearing a three-piece suit and looking fresh, it shows you that sometimes there can be benefits to these things, right? You can actually grow through the years in this. Kemi, the CEO at Bangwa Nigudalo, just celebrating 30 years recently, gives a lot of hope, really, to rising stars. And okay, there's Chineye. Welcome this morning. How are you doing? Fine, looking well. All right. So very quickly, we'll get started with the panel. We already have like 15 minutes off, and I hope you guys don't mind if we jump right at it. I believe all the relevant introductions are done, and everybody knows who these panelists are, sterling personalities. I'll kick off by starting with Kunle, a good distant friend of mine. How are you doing, sir, this morning?
I'm very well, thank you.
Great. So let's look at Bloomfield law practice. A couple of years ago, we knew when Bloomfield started. It's grown now to be an emerging firm, a firm that is reputable, award-winning, and is doing so many things. What a lot of people may not know is that once upon a time, Bloomfield was a sole proprietorship, which is otherwise known as a one-man business, which means that there was only one man who was running it as his own personal property, but it's now grown into a partnership. I want to find out from you, really, what funding challenges did you have to deal with during those formative years of the company?
Thank you very much, Davidson, and thank you to the SLB for inviting me to speak at this conference. Now, it's quite interesting because most times when you ask people about Bloomfield, they say, "Oh, Bloomfield started like 4 or 5 years ago," because that was when we became a partnership. But Bloomfield actually started in 2007. The true meaning of bootstrap, I know, because it started from I had a room in my bedroom converted to an office, and that was where I started from. I didn't used to call it K2 then. I used to call it Ikosi because K2 sounds really ras. So that's where it all started actually, and it started with a dream to try and build a practice beyond oneself. So you'll notice that the name Bloomfield, a lot of people ask me questions like, how did you come up with that name? So I always like to share that story with them, that the truth about the name is that the name was inspired, and it's not really about the lawyers in the firm. It's basically about what we're trying to build, which is an institution. But starting off, I must tell you that there were many challenges. And the law firm started in 2007, December, and I got married in April 2008. So that means that I have more responsibilities to handle. And as a result of that, the challenges were, how would you be able to source funds, first of all, to get an office? How would you be able to source funds to be able to hire someone when you can't even pay yourself a salary? So in a sense, it's like every sole proprietor, but it's always important that we remember that law is a business. It's not the business itself is not to sustain you. The business is to sustain itself. So you are creating that another legal personality that's supposed to exist on its own self. And that I believe it's a challenge for a lot of lawyers in Nigeria, because we tend to not run it as a business. So understanding simple things like accounting principles like income and expenditure, knowing that you can't spend all the money you make and expect that it will be a going concern. So it's important that little things like that, one begins to put it into play. And it's quite interesting that I heard somebody talking about CBN being involved and an intervention fund. It's like every other business. If you are a banker, you are there to make money as well. So would you invest in a business that does not have any history? No, you won't. Yeah. So in a sense, it's like telling them to give you free money. And we know that there's no free lunch out there. So you have to be able to start with what you have and build something. I think bootstrapping is where a lot of law firms start from, but you have to get to a point that you pivot and you begin to look at it as a business and build up from there. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll stay with you a little bit because you use that word pivot, so that means you start thinking of moving through different stages. Now, if you look at a typical business, and you've dropped quite a number of things there, the legal profession, we tend to look at it as, maybe I'll just say as not a business. So we just feel, okay, it is law. So you go to court, you do this, you pocket the money, you move on. Contrast that with your typical entrepreneur who, like you just said now, you're not just building, you're not just trying to set up a practice. You want the practice to have a life of its own. And that's the thought of a typical entrepreneur. They are thinking, okay, I'm building this thing now, but it's not just for me to consume. It has to outlive itself. It has to grow. It has to be a living, breathing thing that exists separate from me. For a startup, they look at things as early stage, then they move to growth, then scaling. And that's where I'm going to with you now. At which point did you decide, okay, well, I've been a sole proprietor long enough. I'm sure a relatively successful sole proprietor anyway, but now it's time for me to pivot to a partnership. Now I want to make this thing, start having extensions of itself so that we can probably cover wider practice areas, right? Let's bring in people of like minds and then probably people with different skill sets so that we can expand what we do. At what point did you get there, and what made you decide to do that? Was it because you needed more money, so let's get people, let's get more equity partners coming in? Or what was the mindset behind expanding into a partnership?
Thank you so much for that. I think the more important question, just to put a spin on your question, of course, is the value that you bring. I think as lawyers, we should think more of the value that we are able to create than the money that one is able to make. So when the conversations with regards to becoming a partnership had actually started a long time ago, and at that time the firm had a life of its own, which meant that I was able to meet all my needs and all that. But the vision was beyond me, and the vision was about building an institution that would live after me, and I'd be able to say that, oh, this was my contribution at some point. So what it meant was that I had to be able to create more value, and creating more value means that I have to be able to attract people of like minds that are looking at creating value and building and sustaining an institution. So the conversation had actually started a long time ago, but the issue of having the partnership wasn't just about bringing funds into the business, but bringing value into the business, being able to attract more clients that are able to bring more clients and bring more cases to the firm. So it's not, if one thinks that the only reason why you are going into partnership is to get them to bring money into the business, then the business won't grow. But if you think of the value that you can add to the various clients that you have, so there are things that we do now that ordinarily before my partners joined us that we just couldn't dream of. And that is the value that they have added not only to the firm, but they've added to the clients that I have as well, and the new clients that we have. So therefore, I think it's more of value. We are looking at what value can you add to the institution, and what value can you add to your clients as well. So your clients, I think it's impossible to, and I'm sure you would agree with me, for you to have a lawyer that says they do everything. We have definitely gone beyond that. So we need to get to the level of specialization, and that is one of the ideals that we have in our practice.
Thank you, Kunle. You've been very extensive. Indeed, the days of the super lawyers that could do everything is probably over now. So, but let's head over to Madam Kemi, the COO of Banwan Ighodalo. Of course, 30 years in a partnership. Some people may not understand what that means unless if you've been in a partnership. It's not all rosy, it's not all fun and games. I mean, sometimes partners get to squabble and anyway. So I would ask, right, Madam Kemi, as the COO of the firm, you've been in B&I for quite a number of years. It's one of the top law firms in Nigeria. But can you tell us what it was like at the initial stages of growing the firm?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Davidson, for anchoring this very well, and I've been enjoying.
Yeah, morning.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay,
we can hear you.
Okay. So like you said, B&I was established 30 years ago. I joined the firm 12 years after. So I can't really speak to those initial challenges as if I was there. But then there's been stories of how the founding partners scaled through that period. There's been family and friends, especially their spouses, that were very helpful. So critical is their own startup capital, which they pulled them through for some phase, and then they had to rely extensively on their spouses. Things like rent that, based on the location of the office, was highly subsidized, based on relationship of the landlord with one of the partners. So those early stages, they leveraged a lot on family, friends, and relationships. There are times when salaries were hard. They depended on some friends that gave them quick soft loans, with little or no, profit to, no interest rather, to back that up. So those are the stories that I hear. But since I joined almost 18 years now, a lot rides on planning, because for law firms, your critical costs are your staff costs, because that's the brain of the business, and you need to pay your staff salaries. So a lot of times, when you have when there's a lot of trust and good faith, the universe kind of converges to just make things happen. And I can tell you that in my 18 years of being in Banwa and Ighodalo, there hasn't been a month, that salary wasn't paid. And I'm latching on salary because that's the critical thing for law firms. For banks, you buy your softwares with so much money, that's your core investment. But for lawyers, for law firms, it's the lawyers, because, like I said, brains of the business. So there are times so the critical challenges remains staff costs and meeting those needs month on month. But once there are lots of things that would add up to you being able to meet that cost at the end of the month. Definitely, you must be doing great work. You must be cutting your clients very well. So you have things coming in the pipeline. Sometimes you chase and it doesn't get paid, and then there is a gap, in you meeting that challenge, meeting that need at the end of the month. But things happen, and I take that to mean, all of those things combined together: consistency, hard work, things just happen. The universe converges to just help you, and there's also this trust. And I bring it back to the time of COVID. Last year, we really had trepidations about meeting guaranteed income. Because we started thinking about, are we going to cut salaries? Are we going to do this or do that? But we kept rolling on, and it happened that at the end of the year, we're able to meet all guaranteed income. So in a nutshell, those challenges do come, but all of those things combine together to help us scale through all the time.
I like the way that you always said the universe converges. We know that the universe will not converge if you're not doing the right thing now. So
absolutely.
Different places. But I want to, but thank you very, very much, because what you've said, I believe, would help a lot of startup law practices, in terms of planning, understanding the role of planning in all of this. And I'll give you an example. Just try and do this in as short as I can because of time. But one of my partners once shared a story with me of what happened to him like years ago. He was working in this law firm, and there was a senior advocate that had the firm. They were making money, but the senior advocate probably didn't see that, because when money is made, he just puts his hand in the coffers, collects what's there, flies off, So he went off on a government assignment for a few years, and so this partner of mine now started managing the firm and now set up proper accounting books, set up different accounts, client accounts, the accounts for expenditure, the accounts for professional fees. And the man finished his tenure and came back and was shocked that this much money is actually being made in the firm. And then he kept trying to give better ideas, but the SAN thought that this guy was trying to take over his firm. And so, things happened and he had to leave, and the rest is history. The reason why I've said this is because there's the place of making profits for a law firm. And Kunle had sort of touched on that briefly. People will make profit, but some law firms don't even see that profit at all, because one senior partner is just dipping his hands and just, doing whatever he wants, doling out, and then probably paying his library like 100K or something like that. Now, what is the place of, and as best as you can, because I know that as the COO, some things will fall within your purview that typically wouldn't fall within the laps of the lawyer. In terms of reinvesting profits, right? Profits that are made from the practice in itself. What practical examples can you give to the young lawyers that are listening now, or lawyers that are about to start their practice or in their practice and are struggling with that? What practical issues can be done with law firm profits in themselves?
So typically what you find most law firms do is distribution of profit at the end of a year. But there's this saying that you can't eat with all your 10 fingers. You need to save some for the rainy day, because that would help you tap into opportunities when those opportunities come, because opportunities would always come if you're doing the right things. So you must be able to have some funds to scale. For you to grow, you need some funds, and you can't be running to the bank. The banks would even ask you, what have you done? What's your history? What's your track? What have you done? What's your spending pattern? So, and I'll give an example of technology, for instance. There was a time in B&I those years ago that we all queue to wait for a secretary to type in stuff for us or to send an email. And then we moved to, everybody getting a laptop. And the beauty of that was when COVID hit, we didn't struggle because everybody could seamlessly migrate to working from home. So that's some form of investment in technology. It was a struggle to even get the partners to accept all of those investments in technology when the IT guys were coming with that. But it's all part of, we can all now see the benefit of that investment in technology. There's also investment in people. And I'm giving examples of what you do with your profit rather than the partners distributing all to themselves. There's also the part of investing in your people because it's a retention strategy. It would also help you to grow. All of those things will help you to scale. Things as basic as moving to a new office. When we moved to our new office, we realized that we could price better because where we were before, like Kemi said in the earlier chat with Busola, people would ask you, will wonder why you are naming that price. But now we intentionally invite people to our office and then it helps with. So I'm just giving examples of how you're reinvesting in your business would help you grow eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I could see Kunle smiling. He would have been like, so I'll go to a new building and charge more.
So I just took that pointer from her that we have to get our own offices as well.
But thank you so much. Investing in people, investing in technology, investing in facilities. Brilliant. You said something about people queuing up before a secretary. Some millennials will be like, say what? As in they'll be trying to understand how you queue to type because everybody has the laptop these days. But that's for the millennials and the Gen Z. But thank you very much for your contribution. So let me move over to Max. An amazing guy, right? I know that from day one, you started off, you hit the ground running. It's like once you had your call to birth certificate, you just moved into your office straight. But I want to ask, for the benefit of a lot of folks here, did you have prior experience running a business? And did you have any standby capital, at the time that you were starting off?
Yeah, thank you so much, Davison. And I thank the organizers for inviting me to this very distinguished panel. It's a delight to be on the same panel with this distinguished set of panelists. Yeah, so to your question, since time is limited. Yeah, so for me, actually, what happened was my starting up when I was called to bar was kind of a mistake. It was just a mischievous adventure. It wasn't really planned at the beginning. I just thought, so kind of a transaction came through for a close family friend who said, look, you are now a lawyer, so why do I need to hire a lawyer? You go ahead and do this transaction for me. And somehow that was the printed letterhead papers right away. That was the first transaction. Some money came in from that. And then it felt like, I can do this thing. But of course, nothing happens that way in the world. So it didn't take too long before I ran myself aground. 3 years into my practice, I was bummed out and out. That I survived and continued was just because at the point, it was also kind of maybe an ego thing. I didn't want to fail. I wanted to because a lot of people told me, you are going to fail. You can't do this. You have to get experience. You have to work somewhere. So at the point, it was just enduring to just, try to prove a point. But of course, that didn't save me. So for me, what I noticed was starting up a law firm straight out of law school, I don't think is for me, maybe if I was taking back 2008 when I did that, I wouldn't do that anymore because there wasn't as much information available as we have today. If I'm given the option of doing that today with all the information we have, social media, and then the ability to really connect with people, learn from their experiences, I would likely hazard it, but I would not do that if I was taking back again. And it's interesting to also hear the experience from someone like Mr. Kunle Obembe. I'm surprised to hear that he also started bootstrapping. His law firm is really big now. So it gives me a lot of hope and confidence that, we might be headed somewhere from bootstrapping. But I think what is always important is, yeah, you can bootstrap, but if you are going to take the journey of bootstrapping, then you need to do some planning. So for me, what happened was 3 years after when I got bombed out, I was fortunate I was reviewing some documents for a client, one of which was a business plan. And you caught me for the first time that, look, I'm also a business. How come I don't have a business plan? And then I set about, I did some online research. I found an article, very helpful article by an American lawyer, how to write a business plan for your small practice. So that became the template I used to write a business plan for my practice. So what happened was that it was in the second phase of my practice, I really understood what it took, because I had never had any experience running a business. I was just a regular guy who had gone to school and just depended on his parents all through his schooling. It was until I got into practice for the first time I was confronted with the challenges of dealing with money. And then, of course, Mr. Kunle mentioned that, and I want to emphasize that, the issue of separating yourself from your law firm finances, my God, that is one of the most difficult things to do. It takes painstaking discipline to really separate personal finances from law firm finances. It's a struggle that I don't know if you grow out of immediately. I don't know if Mr. Kunle maybe will give us some insight, and maybe Mr. Ajay also give us some insight if they have truly grown out of it. But I'll be sincere that it's still a struggle. It's better than it was before, but I don't think I'm still there. There's still that feeling, look, this is my law firm. So, if the money is there, why do I need approval from anyone? Of course, some of the things we try to do is to create accountability structures with my team members. So they also have some insight into the finances, because I'm not a partnership yet, even though I hope organically the firm will grow into becoming a partnership. Maybe, maybe 4 or 5 years time, we should be looking at that option. But at the moment, what I found out was, without accountability, you can never do that separation. So what I've said to do is, at least my current team members have some insight into the finances, and that puts at least some level of a check on me, even though I don't think that check is strong enough yet. But we hope with time it becomes strong enough to really help win me off that, impression that the business funds and my personal funds are one and the same. So I think it's a struggle, it's a process, but I believe it's doable, and it takes a lot of discipline over time, and some, of course, level of financial education as well.
Okay, well, so thank you for being so sincere, because it does help quite a number of people who may be finding themselves in that struggle. In terms of, you've touched on a few things here that will definitely help the struggling upcoming law firm, because that's what this is all about. It's about letting people know, the funding challenges, how to overcome them, stuff like that. The business plan is almost like setting goals for yourself, man. You don't get started on each year without a business plan. So if you have different practice areas, for instance, in your firm, each practice area should have their own business plan. There can be that holistic business plan for the firm, as this is our direction. But if what a tax partner is looking for is different from what a maritime partner is looking for. So each person has to have their own business plan, because they have to drive the businesses, through their own channels, So good thing that you stumbled on that. And at that time, you seem to be having challenges which that helped you solve. So again, having goals, having plans will definitely set you on the right. In terms of pulling funds, well, yeah, maybe you can have a side session with Madam Kemi or Kunle at the office. But yeah, so almost me back to the story that I gave earlier on about the senior advocate who was always dipping his hands into the coffers, so it has to be very, very clear. Those clear lines help, because they even give you an idea of whether your business is growing or not. But I want to ask you the question: would you say that those years when you were really having to struggle and put things together, relying on family and friends and your own personal funds, were there opportunities that you consider that you lost as a result of lack of capital?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, indeed, when I look back, I believe I would have made a lot more traction and made a lot more progress if I started early enough understanding the rudiments of financial education, and having proper plans, financial plans in place for the firm. Like you mentioned, lately, of course, we have gotten to do sectoral analysis of our income. So we now look at our different practice groups, and we can do those comparisons. And when that happened for the first time, your cost was that, look, this practice group is taking a lot of our time. It's taking a lot. It has more personnel cost attached to it. But then in terms of returns and income, it's not really performing at that level. So for the first time, with that data in in hand, it's easier to see how to even as a person devote my time. So I know that some some things really, it seems the money coming in gross is much, but when you look at the overall expenses involved with performing some of those tasks, you find out that ultimately you are not being profitable in that area. So having those plans at the beginning of the year helps. So what it did to me, back to your question, is that when I didn't have some of this education and had a business plan and proper financial structure for the firm, we meet out a lot of opportunities. So opportunities that would even be things around, for instance, visibility, for instance, the access to high level conferences, planning and having finances for that. So like I tell people, and Ms. Kemi rightly mentioned, of course, when I do our budgets at the beginning of the year, personnel cost is always the highest. But next to that would be what I call the personal, what I call professional development. So that would include things like, professional subscriptions, travel fees and all of that for conferences and all that. But what that does and what that has done for me over time is that I see now that some of the conferences I went 4 or 5 years ago, I spent so much money on, and sometimes I'll even beat myself and wonder if this has really been money well spent. Suddenly out of the blue, a contact comes out of one of those conferences and then he writes off all the expenses, maybe 2-3 times what had been spent going for that conference. So what I believe was that if I had access to finance or to proper financial planning much earlier, some of the struggles I went through, I would never have gone through them. And then by now, I believe would have made a lot more traction. So my encouragement is for anybody starting up now, please ensure you have your financial plans in place before you ever get started. Bootstrapping like we did, competition is higher than it has ever been before. The demography, we're churning out almost 10,000 lawyers every year. So competition is at the head. So getting into the game now without a proper plan, I doubt if you'd survive it. Maybe my time here, there were some openings. Abuja was still an opening, a fast-growing city. And then, there are a lot of opportunities. Democracy was still relatively new and all that. But I think the market is getting really mature now. So if you are coming to the market now without some of these plans in place, I doubt if you'll be able to scale and really progress. So it's really important. And if I look back, I believe if I had some of those plans in place from the get-go, then, my firm would have grown significantly much more than it has now.
All right, thank you, Max. Very, very, very practical, scenarios you've given us, and I also thank you for being open enough to share some of your challenges as well, because it will definitely help those who may find themselves in similar shoes. Let me move to Chineye. I noticed you've been moving in and out, but I was looking forward to putting questions to you. So I know that again from day one, probably similar to Max, right? You probably started off right on your own. Even though I know that you probably had some foreign experiences, even though I'm not sure that was in law, right? But I know that from day one you were probably started off on your own. Can you share with us some of the challenges you have experienced using your personal finances to fund your law practice?
Okay, thank you so much. And it's great to be on this panel with other seasoned, experienced lawyers. And I've also been taking down notes. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm learning so much. So when I started out at Afeba Balola & Co., the core litigation firm. So I worked there for about a year plus. And it was great. It was a very good learning environment for me. But because it was focused on solely litigation, every day is good. I just knew, from the jump that I wanted more. So I wanted other aspects of law practice. I wanted to learn about, corporate commercial, other aspects beyond just EAC, for instance, which is what, so I'm going to court every day. From time to time, I'll do like some CAC work. And so the search began for like a suitable place to work in Abuja. I didn't plan to set up on my own in the beginning. So, I searched, but our office was in Maitama. The lawyers at least were paid, very well compared to other law firms. So when I started searching for firms, I realized that what I was going away from, there weren't that many better options in Abuja. Now, the other alternative was to move to Lagos because I had conversations with a few people, some of the top tier firms, and given the opportunity, I remember then I think I even did interview with Alukan Oyebode as well, because he's one of my mentors. So I remember reaching out to a friend and client of mine right now who is the family member of Benga Oyebode, and they introduced me to him, and then I did an interview, but I think I had to go to Lagos or something. I can't really remember. But basically, the opportunities that were coming to me, most of them were in Lagos. And in Abuja, it was just more the one-man firms, the one-man SAN firms, where I saw lots of lawyers that were miserable. Sorry to say, like, I remember going to one of the firms, and it's actually like, you know, very nice, in a nice building, or like very nice. When I got in there, started speaking to a lawyer that I practiced for almost 10 years. I think we even went to court together. I can't remember. He started telling me his experience, and when I asked his salary, he said he was earning 40K. I was just like, oh my god. After almost 10 years in practice, like I you know, so I just said, you know what, let me just leave law practice, because I don't want to come and suffer, you know. So I think I went in-house, started doing something with a media company that I was part of the founders. So I was like a company secretary and legal advisor, and also doing business development. But when I started doing business development for the company, I would always fly to Lagos, fly to different places. I was like, okay, every business takes, you know, business development to grow, either way, if you're a lawyer, whatever skill or service you want to sell. You know, so I started realizing that, okay, I'm a lawyer. If I have this skill set, maybe I might be able to do something in the law field and not leave law entirely. So I came back to Abuja, and I was like, okay, let me take some time. And then around that time, I knew a few other people who were working in some law firms that either wanted to leave or set up their own. So initially, one of them, you know, was working in a firm, wasn't ready to leave, and now introduced me to somebody else who I've met before, a lady as well. So like, okay, we kind of hit it off, and we started talking. She was in a law firm for maybe a few years, also a big firm, and she was in charge of like the Abuja office. So we said, okay, we can sort of partner, right? And then we started the partnership. So initially, it started out as a partnership. That's the model. In fact, it's still a partnership, even though right now, presently, I'm the only partner, and not for too long, because we're actually talking and considering. We're talking to a few people, considering like opening up and inviting people to come in as equity partners. But anyways, let me just go back to how it started. So, you know, both of us, you know, she was from the north, I was from the south. I thought it was a great partnership. You know, we were able to take the risk together. She had the office space, and you know, I think Mrs. Kemi mentioned people starting out in offices that are like based on relationships and stuff. So I think she had a family member or something that had an office space to be able to start. It was in Wuse too, which was quite central. And then, you know, we just put our resources together, like bought a few things we needed, you know, office printers, you know, different things. It was just both of us, obviously. Because the two other people who wanted to join us were not ready at the time. One person was in the US, you know, taking their bar exams. The other person was quite busy. Now that person is even in government now. He's a special advisor to the governor. So, but anyway, we started together and we did it for almost a year. And during that year, one more person came and tried to join us or joined us. But the same thing with challenges with partnerships. He fell out with her, or they fell out because of, you know, different issues, egos, you know, different things. So I would always try to be the intermediary and all that. But long story short, we're doing it, and after some time, that's another thing about partnership. You have to have a similar goals, similar vision, and you need to sort of compromise. I think it got to a point where our goals and our visions were like, you know, not so. What I was trying to achieve was quite different from what she was trying to achieve, right? And so we had a conversation one time. She came back from a trip abroad, and you know, we just decided she was like she would have to exit the partnership, and it was very hard for me because I wasn't expecting it. In fact, I was performing because initially when I started, remember I didn't have a client base, so she kind of like was already running sort of an office in Abuja, so she had, you know, more traction. But when we were together, like I felt like I grew over time. In fact, I had signed it, you know, a big, you know, whatever deal with the top government agency, and brought in another oil and gas firm, which is like a leading oil and gas firm in Nigeria. So like when she came in, literally the amount of money that had come into the firm was much more than maybe the time that, so I was like, oh, I thought I was doing well enough, so it came as a shock when she was like, well, she thinks we should, so I kind of took it in my stride. So it was another setback for me. I was like, should I even continue with this thing, because I've not been doing it for so long now, and look at what is going on now. So I just had to go back and reflect on what I really wanted to do. What was my purpose in life? What was my calling? Where do I think that I can add value? And I had to go back to the drawing board. And I think that if you're not called to it, don't do it. Law practice isn't something that, especially setting out on your own, I don't think you should do it if you don't have the calling in you, if you don't have the passion, and if you don't have the staying power, because it can be very difficult. So luckily for me, during that time, the vision was sort of reaffirmed, very spiritual. So the vision was reaffirmed to me. So I set out to find an office space, another office space. I didn't leave. We had 2 lawyers working for us in the partnership then. So we're like a team of 4. I didn't leave. I left alone. So set up a new office. Had to hire, from 1 lawyer to 2 lawyers, to 3 lawyers, to 4 lawyers, and it just kept growing as the work was growing. So doing business development, doing strategy all by myself. So it was really tough. I'm not going to lie. Luckily, there was some money that was made. And when we divided the assets of the firm, when we were splitting up, I was able to have some startup capital from that, from the, so to sort of set up the office, buy furniture. It cost a whole lot of money, but I wanted to start on a certain level. I just didn't want to do anything that was mediocre. So leveraging on friends and family. Obviously, your initial clients would be your friends and your family. Then before you know it, people start recommending you. They're happy with the service, and then you keep growing. But obviously, it's not easy. I would always advise people to go with the partnership route. Even when I have lawyers now who reach out to me and they want to set up on their own, I always say it's better to collaborate with other people so you don't have to bear the burden on your own, especially the financial burden. Because I remember the first 1 or 2 years, even just meeting up with salaries, it can be very, very, our work is so unpredictable. 1 month is so lucrative and you're getting so many briefs. The next month, nothing much is going on. So I think that was my experience starting out. So I didn't start out initially just on my own. I worked in a firm, a top tier firm, and I was always going back to the firm to learn, take advice as well while I was, doing mine.
All right. Thanks, Chineye. And you actually took us through your story, right? Taking us through from where you were, what took you to different places, and what brought you to where you are now. Fantastic. So the MCs are telling me that our time is up. Like they say, time flies when you're having fun. But some of the things that I took out from what you said, which is so there are diverse views to it, right? You recommend partnership because you feel it helps to lessen the burden of raising funds. So in other words, when you have partners, then each person can chip in. I had a slightly different view from Kule, but I guess his own position was coming from a place of strategy is important. So you need to be sure that partnership is where you want to go. So I think at the end of the day, it's a mix of several things. Whether it's a good fit in the first place, because you did mention that you have a partner along with the person there, and you guys had to start splitting assets. So then again, it turns out that wasn't a good fit. Reason is so that people don't go out there searching for a partner and then just get started. At the end of the day, things don't work and everybody's trying to organize. Just imagine struggling with somebody for 10 years, building traction, then things fall apart, and then you guys now have to start. Then somebody will carry clients, another person will carry clients, then everything just, and that was the end of Solomon Grundy. But I think there's the intention for the audience to probably ask you guys if you wish to. So maybe I'll hand over to the MCs at this point for them to take us to the end. But it's been fun having you guys here. Usala, please, do you guys want to come in at this point? while waiting for them, Chineye, are you at your country home or something like that? Because there's a lot of breeze. She's gone. Hi, Busola. Can you guys hear us?
We can hear you. We have been part of the session all the while. Apologies, we didn't join when you requested immediately because we were trying to sort some housekeeping. And I can I answer on Chineye's behalf? This is Nigeria. NEPA is not funny, so we have to have rechargeable fans beside us sometimes. I'm sure it's the fan that we're hearing from Chineye. And by the way, Mr. Davidson, Chineye is a partnership. It's a good business. Okay. Thank you so much for the insights that you shared so far. I see a lot of people commenting because many of the things that have been shared resonate so much with many of the lawyers. I know someone even wanted to. Someone said that Mr. Max, please come and be our mentor because your story was very, very open. I mean, thank you for saying that you should not advise anybody to start starts off straight out of law school. That saves a lot of people. And thank you, Mr. Kunle, for sharing that the days of eat it all, and then Superman lawyering are over. Mrs. Kemi Ajayi, we are grateful for the insight you shared around how that the foremost Banwa Negodalu that we know of today actually had humble beginning. Spouses helping out here and there, and for emphasizing the need to invest in the business, invest in people, invest in technology and places. I took that note of inviting people down to your office so that they can see the edifice and know that there's a reason to charge. And I think Mr. Kone Obende also took the note. Okay, we have a question from one of our audience that I would like to quickly take. Okay, so it says that how do you decide your initial capital required? If you need equity partners, and please can you take this?
And who will they be? This person also wants to know if there are any strategic documents to guide your initial and continuous spending investments.
Okay. I hope we can wrap this up in about 2 minutes. Thank you to whoever is answering. I don't know. Mr. Davidson, sir, who would you rather choose to answer this question?
I mean, maybe Kunle or Kemi may want to jump in here.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so I think the first thing is you have to have a plan, as Mr. Ajayi has said. It's critical that I don't think the issue of when you start to talk about equity, that means that there's something on ground already. So if there's nothing on ground, you can't talk equity. So if you're starting up, I don't think the issue of partnership should be, as Mark said, should be the first thing, port of call. The first thing you should think of is what value are you bringing to your clients? Who are the kind of clients you are trying to attract? So once you are able to establish that, then you now begin to plan towards, okay, from this kind of client, how much do I expect I'm able to raise from them? That means that is your income that is coming in. And how much do I intend to spend? So your expenditure, like your cost for your offices, the cost of your staff, the cost of the trainings that they need to attend, you need to be able to determine that as well. To tell you the truth, when I started, I didn't have a secretary. I was doing all the things myself. I was the one going to deliver letters at the client's office. I was the one. So it's not. But the good thing about it is it allows you to think outside the box. I'm one that believes in the zero capital theorem. What that means is that you can start any business with zero capital. What you need to have is the values that I want to build something, and the value that you are able to add to the client, because it's when you add value to the client that's when the client pays you. So once you are able to establish all that, and it's really important as well, as Mark said, if you can prepare a business plan, which would allow you have a vision of what you are trying to build, because that is what will now challenge you to take some certain steps. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where the answers have gone. Yeah, but I agree with you. And are you guys around? Because but one thing I want to say is, yeah, people look at would I say finished products, and then they want to emulate it from the end of it, without thinking of, okay, what are the processes that will get me there? So in terms of equity partnership, for instance, there will definitely be those who will be bringing more to the game at a particular time. So definitely, and then it's not everybody that will be able to drop equity for the partnership, So you need to be wise enough to realize, okay, here is somebody who is a grinder, right? So you would have different people in the firm, the fee earners, the grinders, people like that. The grinder may not have money to drop as equity, but he has something that somebody who is a fee earner or a money maker doesn't have, which is he can drill down and get things done. So you may even have to give them equity, even though they don't have the money to drop down for the equity. Now, even though the equity may not be so much as the other person's one, but you have to give him something in order to retain him. I think most law firms don't look at law business as how, like I said earlier, an entrepreneur would look at that business, because the entrepreneur knows that I have the money to start, but that other person has the technological know-how. So, but he needs to have equity to come in as the CTO, the CEO. You would have different people holding different skills and getting equity for different things that they do. So lawyers need to think out of the box really, and stop thinking of it as guys with wig and gown trying to keep the profession in one place. It's gone beyond that, and that's the only way that you'll be able to attract the right type of investment to the firm in terms of clients and support it to grow.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that insightful session. We have about 200 people listening, and the feedback so far has been very tremendous. We are grateful that you are able to share with us from your wealth of experience.
These came back from a search.
And more importantly, you are able to open up even on your own personal issues, and we are very grateful.
Yes, thank you very much, our dear panelist, for your
and moderator
for sharing of your own personal experience and story. And I believe that this session has not just been about finance. It's important that you've also spoken about values that our listeners, those who have tuned in into this conference, should take into consideration. I like that almost every panelist has spoken about consistency, resilience, and also knowing that, as lawyers, particularly those who are young, that it's okay to look at the B&I that we all see and we aspire to be like now, but that they didn't start from where they are now. So it's okay to also build from bottom up. And I particularly am taking home the fact that you have to invest in technology, in people, and in facilities. This has been such an insightful session. I would like to thank you very much on behalf of Strictly Law Business for your time, your experience, your energy, and expertise that you have brought to this session.
And your data or your technology, as the case may be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Please kindly leave the room so that we proceed. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. And to our audience, I'm sure you've had a tremendous time so far. I'm sure that you have learned, particularly from I've learned well, because I'm in the stage where I'm thinking of pivoting or scaling, as it were, in my legal practice. Okay, we will not waste your time. We want to go straight to the next panel session. Okay, we would like to have a short interlude where we would invite again the convener of the Business of Law Conference, to come forward and share some of the plans that the community stands to benefit as we go on in the course of the year, and how you can also take advantage of strategic partnership and network of the Strictly Law Business Forum. So once again, receive with us Busola Ajala.
Hi, everyone. I hope we had a very fantastic first session, and I'm sure there are a lot of takeaways. I can see that a lot of people are asking questions. We're sorry we can't take all the questions. We have limited time because we're constrained. I'm sure we all have. So there's a lot of constraints on our time today, so we can't take all the questions, but I promise you, we are going to be back. We're going to be back with more workshops, practical sessions, where we can ask questions, where we can, we'll be walked through, every areas, we may have every areas of concerns we may have. So we're going to be having workshops during the year around all of these things we have talked about today. And some of the panelists that have been on the session today, on the call today, would also be sure that they would also be back, and you would have the opportunity to interact with them more, in a more comfortable and, in a more comfortable environment. It's going to also be virtual, so be rest assured that wherever you are, we will definitely get in touch with you. Thank you. And a very big thank you to our first panel session. Thank you so much for the insightful conversation. And thank you for how you got this panel session started. Thank you, we're grateful. So right about now, I want to talk about something very interesting and something which you would all agree that everyone on this call should be a part of. And what is that? That's the SLB community. Now, I know that before now, we've been talking about the SLB community, and I'm sure you must have seen from, all we have done so far that it's not just about Busola Ajala. So Strictly Law Business is not, Busola Ajala. Busola Ajala is just the instrument, right? But it is not all about Busola Ajala. So there are a lot of people working behind the scene, as you must have seen. You heard our chairman, you heard his speech, right? And you must also have seen from our flyers, some of our community members who are more sessions. So you would agree with me that it's a powerful community, and I think that for everyone on this call, you should be part of the community. So we're opening up our community again, and if you will, it would be good for you to join us because there's a lot of value. We've had people who have gone on to start their own. We've had people who came in as law students, and they have graduated to become lawyers, and they're not just lawyers, but they have started their own, law firm, law practice, either the digital law firm or established their own physical offices. And I'm sure that, you know, you would also want to have similar testimony. People have gone on to make money, good money from law practice. I shared last year about 2 of my own friends who have actually, who during the pandemic, you know, made a lot of money. They cashed out, even though they didn't give me actually, but, you know, these were people that, you know, apart from my own intervention, but because of the community. It's a community where we network. It's a community where we help each other. It's a community where, you know, you don't feel alone, you don't feel lonely. So I'm inviting you to join the SLB community. The link will be in the chat box for you to join. Just copy the link, you know, and go straight to join the community. It's very, very important that you do not work alone. You know, it's dark out there, but you need company, you need network, you need a community to help you. It's important you do not work alone. So I'm inviting you to join the SLB Academy, the SLB community, sorry. I'm inviting you to join the SLB community. It's a powerful community, and you would not, you won't regret being part of this community. So that's it for now. And I'm also going to talk about the SLB mentorship program. Now, we opened the SLB mentorship program last year, and it was supposed to run for, you know, 5 to 6 weeks. But our SLB mentor, Dr. Ayodele Oni, is such a fantastic person, such a fantastic man. I don't know if his plans are to make it a lifetime mentoring program, because from 5 weeks we've graduated and we are moving on to almost about a year now. I mean, and we have seen people who have actually from the mentoring program have gone on to do great things. A case in point is 2 of our mentors who joined at, you know, as they joined as core members. And the interesting thing is that because, you know, they were part of this community, because of all the value, because of the guidance, because of the support, because of the mentoring they got, their law firm retained them. And it wasn't just, so you may say, yes, they retain people. No, but the interesting thing about their own testimony is that prior to last year, the law firm does not retain youth core members. And, you know, they were in 2 different locations of the law firm, 2 different locations of the law firm. The law firm doesn't retain core members, but that rule was broken because of their performance. Today, out of about 5 or 6 core members that served in that law firm, just the 2 lawyers from our SLB mentoring program were retained in that law firm in both their Lagos and Abuja offices. So this is a testimonial to the things that go on within, you know, all our programs, within all our community, be it the SLB community, be it the mentoring program. And I tell you, there is, at every point in time, you need mentors. So do not feel too big, do not feel too big to, you know, get into the mentoring program or to become, you know, part of our SLB community. It's a powerful community and you get a lot of value. So I'm inviting you to join the SLB community, and I'm also inviting you to join the mentoring program. The wait list is out. We'll drop the link in the chat box. We'll keep dropping it, so you can just keep scrolling for the link. Join the community, join the mentoring program. I'm very certain that you're going to get a lot of value. I'm sure by now I don't need to talk too much. Reps Isa Lokutso. Thank you. So over now, we'll go to the second panel session, and I have the privilege of co-moderating this panel session with my very, very distinguished cousin from the United States of America.
Hi, hi, Priscilla, and hi, everyone. I don't know that, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. I don't know that I represent the United States of America, but you know, it's a pleasure to be here. I wanted to start by just talking briefly about what this panel is going to be about, and then I think we're going to have a brief introduction of our panelists, and I think each one of them is going to have roughly about 2 to 3 minutes to actually introduce themselves, and then we can proceed from there. So law firms, like other businesses around the globe, require a material amount of financing to get established and to maintain their day-to-day operations. However, unlike other businesses, law firms are prohibited from obtaining outside funding from non-lawyers, and are also prohibited from the sharing of legal fees with non-lawyers. From this perspective, Nigeria is not different from most other countries. While most of us can certainly admit that some rules and regulations are required to maintain the nobility of the profession, occasionally these rules are somewhat restrictive and as such can hinder the economic growth and prosperity of members of the legal profession. As someone who has spent an ample amount of my time in strategic conversations on how to provide growth and acquisition financing for businesses, I'm crucially aware of how imperative it is for businesses to be availed various forms of capital to remain a going concern. Furthermore, some law firms outside of Nigeria have proven to be innovative in the ways that they've been able to source capital. Specifically, we have two panelists who work for organizations who have been very creative in the way that they fund their day-to-day operations. And I'm excited for them to provide their perspective on their individual structures. That said, we do have three panelists. I think someone is supposed to make a brief introduction, but I think in lieu of that, I will just start with Hanem. If you could, kindly give us a 2-3 minute introduction of yourself, and then we can move to David, and then we can move to Mr. Aham. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are. My name is Hanem Hamza. I am delighted to be invited today to speak to you about law firm funding. I'm the regional managing partner of Zico Law Network. We are a law firm network located in ASEAN region, which is the 10 countries around the South China Sea. We have been around for 33 years. We started in 1987. We started out of Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, and then the second office was in Singapore, and then subsequently across Thailand, Vietnam, Brunei, Cambodia, Laos, Philippines, Indonesia. So the 10 countries in ASEAN. We now have over 300 lawyers, 100 partners, about 700 support staff. I am speaking to you today from Singapore. I've been the regional managing partner for 5 years now, and I've been with the firm for 25 years. So thank you for inviting me. I'll be happy to share with you how our structure, I guess, within Zico Law. Thanks.
Right, thank you. Thanks for joining us. And next is David. You're on mute, David.
That should be better. Hopefully you can hear me. Very pleased to join you anyway, everybody. Good morning from the UK anyway. Good evening, Hanem. I'm a partner of Gately PLC, which joined the AIM market of the London Stock Exchange in June 2015. I've been a partner at the firm since September 2015. I joined just after the admission to AIM. I'm responsible for the firm's international relations, and I lead its international committee. Here, I'm a member of the IBA and also the ABA. And in normal times, and hopefully post-pandemic times, travel relatively extensively, focusing on relationships, most of which are client-led relationships, but also with relationships with law firms all around the world. We are not purely, as Gately PLC, we are not purely a law firm. In fact, currently, if you take the PLC, around 85% of the activity and revenues and profits stem from Gately Legal, which indeed is the base of the firm. The law firm Gately has been in existence for well over 100 years. But as I will explain when I answer questions, we've also used the platform that we gained when we joined AIM to acquire other complementary professional non-legal businesses. So we have around 10 other businesses which are all relatively small, which currently make up somewhere around 15 or 17% or so of our revenues and profits, and we're looking to expand that as well.
Excellent. Thanks, David. And lastly, we have Mr. Aham Ejelam.
Thank you. My name is Aham Ejelam. I'm a legal practitioner based in Port Harcourt, Nigeria, principally. I was called in 1985, practiced with Civil Judge Will & Co., established Amity Chambers, and then decided to form a partnership, a firm, with Mrs. SN and two other callmates in 2003. Principles Law Partnership. I'm a member of IBA, Capital Market Practitioner, and also a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators UK, Nigerian branch. I'm presently the Chairman, Subcommittee, Professional Ethics, SLP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, so I'll start by, and I think my first question would be for Hanem. And you had talked about Zico Law Firm, and I wanted you to, I feel it's a somewhat unique structure, and given that you generally operate in a region, and someone could argue that it's still an emerging market, so, and of which Nigeria also is. So I think there are certain similarities as it relates to, where you operate and Nigeria and frankly, I mean, Africa as a whole. So in my mind, I'm curious, to know how Zico Law started as a network of law firms, and hopefully, we can, somewhat see parallels between how your structure evolved, originated and evolved, and how a similar structure could occur in Nigeria.
Sure, thank you. Yes, you are right. There are many similarities in terms of our two regions. In ASEAN, the 10 countries of ASEAN, you have the frontier markets, countries like Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam to some extent, and then I guess mid-development market like Thailand. And then you have the advanced markets like Singapore, where I am speaking from, Malaysia, maybe to some extent Indonesia and Philippines. So there's a mixed bag. And then you also have the mixed bag of the common law, civil law, and kind of hybrid common civil law jurisdictions as well. Some lend their background from the common law jurisdiction, and some because of their occupation and history, has a civil law, French codes and background. So having it wasn't an easy task to kind of get people together from all these 10 different countries. And we started, as I said, in Malaysia. We are still the largest law firm in Malaysia with 7 offices. It was a decision why we had to go out of Malaysia. I'm Malaysian as a partner, because during the 98 Asian financial crisis, our clients, Malaysian clients, were buying assets and going outside of Malaysia into the region to invest. And at that point, I think they're very comfortable working with us. They wanted for us to help them in these countries. And so we were working with local counsel in Indonesia, in Singapore, with local firms. But then we found there is actually a good proposition for us to set up and be able to assist our clients in this jurisdiction. And then as we grew into, as you know, ASEAN is an economic bloc, and so there are preferential trade routes and tariffs between the ASEAN countries. So we took advantage of that, and we found that there are the international firms. They are in Bangkok or in Singapore. People like Baker McKenzie, Freshfields, and international firms. And then there are the boutique local firms in different countries. But there was missing like a really strong regional firm. So we felt then as a strategy, and as our client are growing, investing intra-ASEAN, it made sense for us to be in markets. So the first reason why we went out is because we followed our clients. It's very important when you decide why you want to be outside of a particular open new office is there is a business case for that. And like being close to the client, being, able to deliver the work. I think that's important. And then, of course, I think the topic of today is how do you then, unite all these different cultures, right? Because some offices we grew organically, meaning we hire or we invite, local partners, and we fund, as in the Malaysian firm, the Malaysian partners funded the expansion of these different offices. But some countries, it wasn't organic growth, but a lateral firm that joined us. They're already existing for a couple of years, maybe the second largest or third largest in the country. They decided to join us. And so we made arrangements with those firms in terms of an agreement with each other, how we share fees and things like that. But after a while, it becomes a bit unruly because we're not a single partnership, and it's because of the individual. Maybe I should stop there. But basically, it's because many countries have got the partnership rule where you need to be either born from that country or called to the country bar in order for you to practice license, like Malaysia, like Indonesia, Philippines. But then there are countries like Myanmar, Vietnam, Thailand. You can set up a company to provide legal advice. When you can set up a company, that means you can have shareholders that are either local or foreign.
Right.
So it depends on each country's regulation, whether it's a partnership or can be a company, limited liability or unlimited. And I'll stop there. So those were the problems that we have within ASEAN countries, and I'll share with you maybe later how we overcome that problem.
Yeah, no, I mean, it would be great actually to also speak to how you overcame that, but also at least in my mind, I'm thinking, from a working capital perspective, how do you manage all that? Because it seems like you have multiple businesses, at least from a local perspective, operating independently, but still generally report to one big firm. So how do you manage, working capital? Is that handled on a decentralized basis, or is it handled, at the top of the house, and then, each individual unit has some allocation? How does that work?
Okay. This is what we did in 2014. We set up a company in an offshore jurisdiction in Labuan, and we took out all the back office services, meaning the business development, HR, accounting, IT. So the non-legal stuff, that supports the legal work, we put it in a company offshore.
Okay.
And that company then listed its shares on the Singapore Stock Exchange. So in November 2014, 6 years ago now, 7 years, we listed the entity. And the partners were then given shares, pre-IPO and then post-IPO shares, ESOS as well, share option scheme for our head of BD, head of IT, head of knowledge. So then there is a financial alignment in terms of, so we raise capital in that back office support way. And then all the 10 countries managing partners sign an agreement with that listed co, a long-term service agreement where the listed company provides services, these back office services to the law firms. So this listed company then provide regional management, which I sit. I'm the regional manager, so I provide strategic direction and leadership. I deal with the top 30 clients. I deal with financials, budgeting, partner admittance or resignation, and strategic, big ticket decision items. But importantly, I run a regional exco, regional executive committee, and the managing partners of each country will then decide on the operational level. We agree on the budget, and then they deal with the teams, they deal with their hiring of senior associate staffing, so long as we are within a 10% range buffer of top or bottom line, and then that's how we operate it. In terms of that's how we raise the funding as well, through the capital markets of the Singapore Stock Exchange, one way. So I'll stop there if you have any other questions.
Yeah, no, thank you.
It's not the listing of the law firm like Gately. Ours is the listing of the back office. The law firm
Yes.
own. Yeah.
Yes. No, I'm clear on that, and I do find it a somewhat interesting model, because that is slightly atypical, right? For the most part, most businesses are not just law firms who list, entities. You're generally listing, for the most part, the operating entity, right? But in your case, it seems like you separated the operating entity, which are the partners who generate the fees, from the back office operations, right? And the back office essentially is what's listed, and the fee generators, are not. So it's a very interesting model. But speaking of capital markets, David, if you could, shed some light on how your firm has taken a slightly more traditional, part. Well, sorry, I say traditional because that I work with, listing on the stock exchange, right? But it's very untraditional for law firms. But your business, your company is actually listed, and I wanted you to just kind of talk to them, speak to that briefly about how did that process, happen? What are the pros and cons of that, of that structure. You're on mute again.
Sorry, I forget I'm not using a program that automatically unmutes when
No,
I'm
that's fine.
talking. But Ina, thank you. I'll try and make this brief. I mean, firstly, you'll be aware that up until about 20 years ago or so, probably the practice of law in the UK was as traditional as you could possibly imagine, and as restrictive as you could possibly imagine. With its structure essentially going back 1,000 years, with with all the current restrictions that many will still be aware of, such as it was impossible for a start. Until only about 25 years ago, it's impossible for any lawyers to limit liability. So you could have traditional partnerships, you could have sole practitioners, but you couldn't have anything with a limited liability attached to it. You certainly couldn't share profits and be in business with anyone who was not a lawyer. You could employ people, you could engage people to provide back office services, but you could not be in partnership or in professional business with them. And therefore you couldn't you couldn't share profits with any non-lawyers. Therefore, you couldn't attract outside investments, and all of those three attributes had to change before what Gately decided to do became even a possibility. Gately was the first in Europe to do it and the first in the UK to do it. It certainly hasn't been the last. Plenty of others have since come along. Clearly, the move to limited liability partnership is a move that's been relatively widely adopted around many other jurisdictions. Therefore, the move to limited liability partnerships, LLPs, is not particularly uncommon. However, the ability to share profits with non-lawyers and the ability, therefore, to have to be in some form of professional relationship with non-lawyers is still relatively uncommon. Obviously, possible in a number of countries, many of whom are members or former members of the British Commonwealth. Australia, in terms of the first law firms to list, well ahead of the UK. Whenever we talk about this, we always make it clear that we, as a law firm, working as a traditional law firm that had been around 100 years before we even contemplated this, we certainly don't advocate this as the only way to go, and this is the way for the future, and that partnerships or limited liability partnerships will go over a period of time. We certainly don't believe that is the case. This is purely another option which happened to suit the partners of Gately and the business at the time. And let me tell you what drove it. Number one, firstly, it wasn't driven by a need by an immediate need for outside capital. Let me make that clear. The firm was very traditionally run, was profitable, was conservative in the way it distributed profits, so it didn't need. So the firm bluntly didn't need the money. Secondly, we we handled then and still do handle quite a lot of capital markets work, and we act for a large number of corporates. We also acted then and act now for a lot of private equity firms and investment firms looking to make investments. And certainly there was an attraction to adopt amongst the corporate team, which is a very large team, to adopt some form of structure which showed us better aligned with many of our clients. But that was a relatively soft driver. What was more relevant was that we wanted. We are not a magic circle firm or a white shoe firm in US terms. We're very much, I'd say, an industrial corporate. We would say we're a mid-market firm typically, and we therefore were looking for ways to distinguish ourselves in both attracting talent and um, and not limiting that, by the way, to lawyers only, and also potentially expanding operations through, if you like, the acquisition of complementary, if you like, related businesses which were not necessarily law firms. And therefore, we devised a structure, an alternative business structure, anyway, which would have Gately as the law firm, obviously the main part, but underneath Gately Holdings PLC, and as other non-legal or businesses were acquired, they would sit as sister companies underneath Gately Holdings PLC. So we kept we kept the back office that Zico listed. We kept the back office, if you like, within the structure. The entirety of the professional and complementary businesses offering was what is now on the market. In terms of making acquisitions, we were very, very keen when we made acquisitions to ensure that the interests of the people selling to us and joining us were aligned with us. And you could do that through a share structure, but it would have been much harder push to have done it through a structure which did not involve shares. The use of share options, the use of management incentive schemes, the use of share incentive schemes was very attractive and continues to be attractive. The company, when it listed, had a market capitalization of just around 100 million. Today, it's got a market capitalization of more than double that. We have not gone out there and placed money saved on listing. We placed a certain amount. We haven't gone out there to raise, if you like, cash capital, because the businesses continues to be relatively cash generative. But what we have done is use shares to fund at least 50% of all the acquisitions we've made. So the acquisitions have mostly been made with a mixture of cash and shares, but where at least 50% of it is in shares.
Excellent.
So that's a quick overview as to what we are and where we are now.
Right. And to that point, how is the fact that you are publicly listed impacted the ability for to recruit and retain top talent?
First and foremost, you cannot recruit and obtain top talent by paying them less. You have to meet market expectations. That's we were clear about that at the time of listing, and we remain clear about that. Therefore, you also then have to recognize that, okay, what you've done here is separate out, if you like, the capital requirements of the business, which in a traditional law firm or LLP are provided by the partners, and and if you like, the employment, the executive function. In many law firms, if you like, it may suit partners to have different capital exposures at different times in their career. Young partners may come in on a lockstep system and only be required to put in relatively low amounts at first, and that increases as their share of the equity increases. But equally, partners who are reaching the end of their career may want to reduce their capital exposure. They may, in fact, want to reduce their capital exposure while still performing at the highest level, simply because they're making long-term plans towards retirement. So what we did was we recognised that we're separating out the, if you like, the capital and how that was going to be funded from the, if you like, the executive function. We, in terms of if like pay and terms, the big advantage was that we could offer to people, both young and old, both lawyers and non-lawyers, whether back office or whether related businesses or whether traditional lawyers, of which the majority of us are traditional lawyers, we could offer them the ability to participate in share incentive schemes, in share option schemes, in save as you earn schemes. We could incentivize them whilst at the same time aligning them more and more with, if you like, others, the majority of others in the business. And the vast majority of our employees, virtually every employee in some way, shape or form, has shares in the company, is participating in share incentive schemes, is holding shares, is holding options. And the offers made, and indeed the remuneration structures and bonus structures are such that they apply across the law businesses and the law business and the non-law businesses. So the aim was to keep, if you like, the group and the employees aligned, not to pay less, but to offer offer alternatives, a different ability for people to participate, and potentially also, hopefully, make gains, like make capital gains along the way.
Right. Right. No, that's great. That's great. Thanks for that. So I do have one more question for both David and Hanem, and then I'll pivot to Busola, who is going to continue the rest of the discussions with Mr. Aham. So the question is, given your experience, obviously gained over a vast amount of years, and I'm curious, on your knowledge of the Nigerian market as we've described it, are there alternate ways of financing that you are aware of that you think could potentially work, within the Nigerian landscape? Which is, I mean, obviously excluding, what we've kind of talked about already today. And I'll start with Hanem. Thank you.
Okay. I shared our structure, which is, I guess we won some innovative awards from Financial Times for it, because it has the same problems that you have in your countries. We have very traditional regulations in Malaysia. It's unlimited liability partnership of individuals still till today. Philippines as well, and so is Indonesia. So because we have all this like mixed bag of regulations and jurisdictions, what we did was to then carve out part of the business. And then charge, because you mentioned earlier, it's about not really the main profitable part, but the support. But actually, the listed company also charges for royalty for the brand. So a percentage of revenue stream goes there for the royalty of the brand. It goes for the support services. It goes for strategic leadership. So it is a reasonable stream of revenue that goes into the list co, because it's very important to keep the alignment of branding, to make sure the standard of quality, because we need to invest in knowledge management and business development, so that every office, a lawyer in Yangon, a lawyer in Ho Chi Minh, and a lawyer in Singapore speaks and breathes the same Zicolo standard documents, able to perform, get the same trainings, secondments, all of that, requiring a lot of funding. And the way we did it was through the Singapore capital market. But I must say, first of all, it's not an easy list because there's not many comparable counters. I think traditional investors do not understand the risk portfolio that comes with a service company, because it's not like, brick and mortar manufacturing where it's quite steady, and it's risky in the sense because it involves partners, and partners can leave with their teams and uplift team, things like that. So it's not all rosy stories, because with listing also comes with cost of listing. You have the quarterly reports, all the different requirements, the regulation, compliance, which becomes expensive. If you're a partnership that you don't need to disclose your books or paperwork, or you don't have to have all this governance, you can then give back more to your partners. I guess you spend less on all the issues. So there are pros and cons of how the structure, how we've done it. If you ask any other innovative structures, I guess in terms of like an agreement between the maybe like a network agreement or agreement between private agreement between partners would stand, I guess, in terms of as each country would agree the partnership, and then how you decide who will lead and things like that. But then in terms of if you go to the bank to get funding, it may be difficult because it is a private contract. It's not something that is registered or, like an entity where you have shareholders and liability. So those are the different kind of, I think, some ideas of, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
I think the only thing I'd add to it, I mean, I'm fascinated with the Zico model, which I think is a very credible model, and certainly the model of using of taking, well, back office is probably not the best way to describe it for the reasons that Hanim described. I'll call it, just for the time being, that if you like, the non-legal, the support company. Again, quite unfair with Zico, because obviously it's far more integral than that. But the idea of funding that separately has been around for some time. I certainly was part of a partnership where before, a lot of the changes I'm talking about were enacted here in the UK, where we were able to, if you like, keep the practice of law, keep its operations, if you like, within the then regulations. Everyone there were lawyers, but there were, at the time, there was a large operation funding all of the non-legal functions, and a lot of it involved a lot of processing functions and all the non-legal functions, including providing the bricks and mortar, if you like, the offices, including all the support staff, including all the non-legal processing staff, financial functions, were all kept in a separate company, which was actually far larger than the practitioners. At the time, the paralegals, for example, could carry out a lot of their work within that company, and that company was separately funded. It was separately funded at the time by the bank. Certainly in the UK, where private equity investment is a very, very significant feature of our investment landscape. It's an enormous feature of our investment landscape, and right now there is huge appetite for private equity funds to get in and find ways of funding service organizations. As you probably know, financial services is far more important now for the British economy than almost any other sector, to be honest. So brings up a separate issue regarding Brexit and whether it was a good idea for London to exclude itself from the EU. But the private equity market are very anxious to encourage these structures to be put in place and to enable them to come in. You don't have to go down a listing route. We chose to go down a listing route for some of the reasons I touched on. But I know of far more law firms who have created alternative business structures and brought in private equity separately than I do people who've listed.
Yeah. No, I mean, you do make a very valid point on the private equity structure. I could see how that actually, works perfectly for the legal industry, given that most private equity firms have, various funds which have a 5 to 7 year life cycle. So you have a situation whereby you can structure, major liquidity events, at the time when one fund is coming in and when one fund is rolling out. for your businesses. So that's really great. Thank you both. And I'll transition the next part of the conversation to Busola, who is going to speak more with Mr. Aham.
Thank you, Anna. That was a very beautiful one. Thank you to Anim and David also. I know, Anim, you had a presentation you wanted to make. I don't know if you still want to make the presentation, but we have it ready for you. And
oh, yeah,
I mean,
maybe just a
if,
2-minute video that could help, again, explain our structure.
Okay, so I'm not sure we got your video. What we have is the
Then
PDF
it's okay
document you
because
sent.
that can be shared with your members later. That's fine. Let's listen
Absolutely,
from Mr.
yes,
Aham.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you. So this is the time we have been waiting for, and I think that everyone on this call would also agree with me that we are waiting patiently to listen from the learned silk regarding what we can do, or what can be done, or how can we explore the possibilities of perhaps a possible review of the RPC in line. I'm sure learned silk, you must. First, I would like to say thank you for honoring our invite, to be here at the shortest notice we gave to you. Thank you so much. And thank you for how you've been magnanimous in your correspondence and communication with us. I'm grateful. So my question is centered around RPC, like you already know. I mean, we have heard fantastic conversations from David and Anim about the business structure they run, about how Gately Legal was listed on the London Stock Exchange, the LLC corporation model that Zico Law Network runs. And, these are all possibilities that we believe can happen in Nigeria. But then again, we are concerned about the RPC. Our understanding of, and so here's my question, our understanding of the legal practitioner's rules of professional conduct is that it sets the standards for behavior and conduct amongst practitioners to preserve the nobility of the profession against debasement or any form of low standards. Now, the rule was last reviewed in 2007, and between 2007 and now, you would agree with me. In fact, between 2019 and 2020, and then 2021, you would agree that there's been a lot of disruptions, there's been a lot of innovations. COVID has even changed the dynamic for us in almost every facet of the economy. Now, what we are saying is that there are a lot of changes, there are a lot of disruptions. Is it possible for us to consider a thorough review of the RPC and critical examination, in line with the changing business landscape or the current realities we have, not just within our industry, but within the entire, economy, within, our country, Nigeria, and even globally? Is it possible that we can have a thorough review or re-examination of the RPC so that it can afford, or it can allow for some sort of innovation, some sort of positive disruption, open up the space, open up the legal industry for more disruptions, for more opportunities, without us debasing the nobility of the profession?
Thank you. I think we all know that that
So I would like you to increase your volume so that we can hear you clearly.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, it's better.
I said we particularly, we don't like to adapt to changes, either in our personal lives, in our family lives, and all. And it transcends beyond just our personal lives. It goes to also laws, regulations, and rules. The 2007, from 2007 to now, is about 14 years. And we all know that so many of the provisions are what I can describe as strict liability offenses against lawyers. You cannot do business with a non-lawyer. You cannot practice law with a non-lawyer. You cannot share funds with a non-lawyer. So many of them. So there is no doubt that if we have to move forward, there must be the political will, there must be the professional will for us to move forward by making a total overhaul of the present RPC. It's not helping matters. You can't even access funds. We have been talking about equity, private equity, happens, for you to achieve that, that means that some people, they must ask, what is there for me? If you want to share profit with them, then that means that you are actually breaching the rules of professional conduct. So as far as we are concerned, we must do a total review of our rules of professional conduct if we have to follow the trend like in other jurisdictions.
Thank you, sir. So you have said it. Now, my question is, when can we have that review, or when can that review start? Because, over time we've talked, we've had several conversations, we've debated, there's been a lot of, opinions, arguments and all. But when can we have that review? When can we come to the table like we are now to say, we want to start the review of the RPC? When can that begin to happen? Or what do we need to do? Or what is the authority, which authority is in charge of that review? What can we do? Or how can we access that authority in charge of the review? Because, we are the essence, and one of the essence of our conversation here is we don't just want, this is an ongoing, it's a conversation starter and it's going to continue. So we don't just want to leave here, without, having, because at the end of this conference, we are going to issue a communique stating everything that we are deliberated on, the actions that we're going to take going forward. So we want to know, what are the authorities in charge? What are we supposed to meet? And when can we have that review? When can we start that conversation of the review?
Thank you. The problem we have is that we hide under the guise of this mobility. Meanwhile, our problem actually is traditional. We are conservative and we adhere so much to traditions. There is nothing that makes the legal profession not to be noble, because we are trying to be innovative. Now, the issue of amendment or review of the practitioners' conduct, rules of professional conduct, rests with the General Counsel of the Bar and the Chairman of the Attorney General. And all the players are lawyers, and they know what has been happening in other jurisdictions. So the NBA, as a unit, must make it as one of the points in this agenda to drive the issue of review. Present, articulate what needs to be reviewed, present it to the General Counsel of the Bar, so that we can really have a new set of rules that will accommodate these innovations, so that we can be players also in the global community, not just the traditional practice here. So it's the General Counsel
So I know that
and with the professional ethics too, the SLP, they have been working and they have presented a lot of papers to those that matter, that ought to drive this issue of review.
All right, thank you, sir. And I'm totally happy that we are on the same page with, this conversation, that you are also not adverse to the, to the review. So, and I take it, I heard you that you said the General Counsel of the Bar, and I think that our Honorable President, Mr. Olumide Akpata, happens to be the leader of that General Council. Am I correct, sir?
No, the Attorney General of the Federation is the chairman.
The Attorney General of the Federation.
If you recall some of the past amendments that do not actually matter, the issue has been that the Attorney General has unilaterally done the amendment, regardless of other components of the General Counsel of the Bar. So that's the problem. So at the end of the day, it actually rests in the office of the Federal Attorney General. But the NBA has to act like a pressure group to ensure that the review is actually undertaken.
Okay, thank you, sir. So if I hear you correctly, in as much as it is, within the powers of the Attorney General of the Federation, the NBA can also come in by way of lobbying. We can also maybe exert some sort of pressure. And I also want to, would he also make any difference if the various sections of the NBA also exert some pressures, ensuring that, if there are awards from several quarters, I think it would also show, the urgency of this review that we've been talking about, and then probably we can get, a possible review in the not so far future.
Thank you. It's not as if the attorney is the sole driver of that particular general counsel. There are other, but the NBA has representatives, body of benchers and others. But if you have been following the conversation, it has been that this general counsel of the bar has actually not been functioning in accordance with the established rules. So that's a problem. So I think with Lumide Plata now in charge, he should be in a position to ensure that that council actually functions and delivers on this issue of review of the LPC.
Okay, I get you, sir. I get you, sir. So I think that again, we still have to go back to the leadership of the NBA, that's Mr. Lumide Plata, to see how we can begin conversations with him. And I mean, I think that that won't be a very difficult task to do, because as we all know, the president and his executives are doing a very fantastic work already in that regard. We've seen different committees that have been set up, and I'm sure that in the not very soon, perhaps, that's if I'm not aware, or that is if it has not been set up already, very soon we possibly may have another committee in that would address this matter of the review of the RPC. So I think that you've actually made the job, my work here, easy today, because I see that you have no objections to the review of the RPC, because I had a lot of other questions I was considering to ask you. But I think with the way you have answered these questions, it shows that we're actually on the same page. You also desire the review as much as we also desire is particularly the very young lawyers. So thank you so much, sir, for making this this work of moderating this session very easy for me to do. I'm so very grateful. Thank you so much. I hand over to my co-moderator. All right, sir. We can hear you, sir.
I just want to add that there is actually very, very serious need for the review. As enforcers, so to say, we've got a lot of lawyers while trying to keep abreast with the new trend have breached some of the rules. And as enforcers, so to say, there is nothing anybody can do so long as these rules remain. Meanwhile, within ourselves, we know that they are doing the right thing in line with the new trends. So there is actually need for an urgent review so that people can actually express and engage in other business that is beyond the routine practice. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. So I hand over to my co-moderator, Enna.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. So I think that for the most part, what we really try to accomplish was obviously talk about, the different structures that are available for financing law firms that have been proven in other countries, and trying to figure out, okay, could similar so those structures and similar structures also, exist, within Nigeria, and given that pretty much Nigeria kind of sets the pace for most of Africa, that extends to other aspects, other countries within Africa. But generally, trying to figure out if there's a way for lawyers, to ultimately be able to, establish and fund their practices without, having to tap, significantly into personal funds, which is currently the way that it is structured. And essentially, from what we gather, based off the last conversation with Mr. Aham, hopefully we can have some modifications to the rules whereby, other structures that, maintain the nobility of the legal provision, are employed. So thank you very much to all of our panelists. I don't know if we have any questions from the host.
Enna, so I was just going to ask you, I know you are a budding serial investor. Would you want to invest in a law firm with good structures? Say, would you, as an investor, would you consider investing in a law firm?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, cash flow is cash flow, right? So I wouldn't invest in anything that I feel like, generates, that throws off a significant amount of, or a decent amount of free cash flow. That said, I think the uniqueness of the law profession probably encroaches into what we might consider as ESG terrain, right? Like, as a shareholder, I feel like there's some there could be scenarios or situations whereby you don't feel comfortable investing in, certain companies if they go against your principles or your values. And I think that a law firm could, fall into that category, that gray area. But at the end of the day, I think that, there are ample opportunities to invest in good law firms that do good work. Because, at the end of the day, it's, those, being able to provide capital to those businesses are essential, and probably even more, necessary, within the Nigerian and African landscape.
All right, thank you so much. I think that was okay. So thank you for that response. Grateful. I don't know if we have any final words from our panelists before we wrap up this panel session. Annie, would you have anything to say?
No, I think it's great that you are engaging with the local bar, and then I guess subsequently with the Attorney General to see the changes. The one thing that's been raised was regarding professional ethics and conducts. I think in terms of responsibility, when you have capital, external capital, regarding conflicts, if your external shareholder, large shareholder, it's a major bank, do you then not take on work against that bank? All this kind of stuff would need to be ironed out and ruled out to make sure your regulations support this alternative funding structure, and that your professional conduct and duty is to the client no matter what, so that an ethics grounds are maintained. I think in terms of cash flow maintenance, it's usually, I think, a PE fund, or they want quite aggressive returns. Sometimes with law firms, it goes back to the people, to the partners, right? Our two biggest costs is office and talent. And so, having the discipline of putting money aside and paying to shareholders and things like that, and reinvesting is something that's also a concept new to a lot of the lawyers or legal professions, because they're so used to taking home all they get and they don't really invest in assets. So putting assets in knowledge management, bank, in royalty, all this kind of stuff that then can be tangible and listed as assets, it's monetized, is very, very important.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you so much. So I think that we have come to the, I don't know if there are questions in the comments. I don't know if people have questions. So we'll just wait to pick one or two questions, and then perhaps we'll just do justice to it. So somebody is asking, what other, okay, I think perhaps this person came in late, because the person is asking, will, like any of the panelists answer this, before the review of the RPC is done, what other, okay. So I think we have lost Mr. Haham, but I think it would have been good for him to answer this question, because somebody is asking that pending the review of the RPC, what other modern alternative structures can we begin to explore? So I don't know, Annie, would you have any suggestions for us in that regard? I'm not sure we're able to
not other that's been discussed today. I think we've kind of tried to explore with Anna earlier the different other alternatives. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Thank you for doing justice to this session. Thank you, Annie.
Sure.
Thank you,
Thank you
Anna.
for having me.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to drop off. Okay, bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, David, in absentia, and thank you, Mr. Ejalem, SAN. We are most grateful. For this. So over now.
Okay. I'm sure that as a WhatsApp, I am particularly delighted that Mr. Anim Leonard spoke, not Anim, Mr. Leonard spoke mentioned that we should no longer lie under the guise of mobility, that what is plaguing our legal practice sector now is just tradition. And I'm excited to know that the RPC can be looked into. We just need to all, as it were, appeal via the NBA to the Attorney General's office and the Council of the Bar to do the needful. And then pending that, we understand that the LLP model is actually a very good model to do. Limited partnership. And good enough, the CSE has recently allowed for the LLP to come to play and to stay in Nigeria. And then, of course, we cannot go the private equity measure means and PE means. So far, over 143, close to 200 people are still with us. I mean, I got somebody buzzing me from, I don't know, privately saying that, hey, this is happening there, take care of it. So it means a lot of people are gaining value from the session so far. I'm going to take a break or interlude before we go into the final panel session for the day. We'll quickly take an interlude. We want to get to hear from our sponsors, quote unquote. Well, what I mean is that this person has been a pillar behind and supporting the essay. Yeah, this person has been a pillar supporting the SLB, and I understand that he's recently written a book. We would like to share with the house for us to learn and glean from. Okay, what are your thoughts?
He has been a fantastic mentor and quite a huge support for his so going on to take the video of his new book. I'd also like to give the art that the last panel session was full of so many like it's obvious from the comment section that people are obviously getting valuable for their time. And so yeah, to us, traditional system of dating and it's fantastic that young people at the level are open to the idea of it. We can't keep flying like the kilo bird as the usual say that we want to move forward or what we want to move forward. So yes, it's quite wonderful. And we're having such a so once that
I'm finding that video. I find it interesting that the last moderator mentioned that when he was asked about investing in law firm, he said that provided the returns are good, I sense some hesitation in his voice when he spoke. But then, it leads me to the next panel session. We'll be speaking now, asking the financial institutions in Nigeria, will they lend to or will they give to law firms? We'll get to that in a bit. We have the Bank of Industry, we have the Central Bank representative on standby to join us in this next panel session. But while we wait for that panel session to commence, let us go to the video of Dr. Max. Oh, apologies. It seems that we're having some technical issues with that particular video. But we have another video that's been queued for us. So please hang in there, be patient with us and for us as we bring you this video. Um, our technical team is working seriously under pressure to ensure that you get the best from this conference. I know we should commend the technical team because technology is actually not the thing for lawyers, but I think that's what it means to be a new age lawyer or a new generation lawyer. The ability to use technology and the tools that are available to propagate and expand our legal practice. Everybody in the technical team for this conference that made this conference possible are lawyers. And of course, you know that both of us are lawyers as well. So, but the technical team has been really stressed. But we believe that they will do a great job. They have done a great job so far, and they'll keep doing a great job to bring us the best value as this conference progresses. So, I go back to the technical team as we move to the next video. While we wait for that video to come up, please don't forget that you can join the SLB community as announced by Bushola earlier.
Yes, as you've heard, you witnessed firsthand yesterday, the SLB community needs not to be further advertised so you can witness what is possible. If you come together on that what is Nigeria's premier business training platform for lawyers. So yes, join the SLB community. You also have the opportunity to join the SLB mentoring program opens for another cycle very soon. I'm sure that somebody from our backend team has pasted along the program the link for you to join the SLB community. So check the chat, check the comment section, and you will find. We'll also make sure that it's posted for you. Please join the SLB community. It would be nice to have you in here with us so that we can partake firsthand. There are many other programs that are actually the webinars, the training sessions, and directly connected to the source before you get this outside. So that even for those who have to have limited slots or take a deep dive and enjoy the numerous benefits that this should be of this.
I know what is interesting to me is that one of the panelists in the last session did mention that, oh, there was a video I sent to you. Okay, maybe you'll get to that. So there is that video. Community. And then I also saw somebody comment. The person said, oh, audio. What's wrong with audio? Audio is not clear. Oh, apologies. Are we sure? Oluchi, ND, and peace. Okay. Is it better now? Is the audio better now? Yes, the technical team was. So I was saying that I saw a comment on the platform, someone who said that all this and this conference is for free. What? That's what the person said. So you can see that he is getting the value. So over now to our technical team who presents us with that video. Thank you.
matter of funding and financing the legal sector is an interesting one, because on one hand, the law practice, like every other business venture, requires appropriate funding, but on the other hand, it's obvious that the legal practice has specific rules and regulations that are peculiar to the profession. In the coming minutes, we would be listening to lawyers with different levels of experience talk about how they kick-started their legal practice, their challenges with funding, and how exactly they pulled through. Let's listen.
Top of the morning to you, sir. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Same to you. And my sincere apologies for the over 1 hour delay.
Oh, not a problem. Not a problem. Nice to have you on this call, sir. And we want to thank you for supporting.
Yeah.
We also want to thank you for supporting SLB as well prior to now. And
thank you.
So what were some of the challenges with funding that you had as at the time you started Ever Law Associates? I mean, was it personal? Was it an idea of having personal funds? That was what bolstered the start of Ever Law Associates, or you had external funding options available to you at the time. So, I mean, what was your experience like? Did you have funds sufficient enough to start, and or you had paucity of funds, and you had to face some challenges along the way before you were able to now secure funding? And also, we also like to know the kind or the nature of funds that were available to you to start Ever Law Associates as well, and how all of this tied up into some of the progress you were able to make at that initial level.
Yeah, thanks, Temi, for that question. The question of funding actually is very important for law firms, because just like any other business, without funds, it's impossible to really, for a business to make any headway. So for me, my experience starting up Ever Law and, from the funding angle is that the lack of funds at the very start of actually significantly impacted on the ability to really grow and scale. And that's taking quite. I believe if I had access to funds much earlier in the life cycle of my practice, then the practice would have made a lot more progress, a lot faster, and they would have avoided certain mistakes. So I'll just try to be, illustrate more clearly with practical experiences what a lack of funds has meant to Ever Law Associates, or a lack of funding sources. I would call it that. So the first thing is, of course, just like any other business, even though by our rules, law firms can only be run as business teams, or in the essence, run as non-corporation. So it means that there's no separate corporate personality between the law firm and the owners, the partners, or if there is a sole proprietor. So the tendency that creates is to easily think that law firm money and personal money are all one and the same, since there's no distinction between the practitioner and the firm. But of course, that conception has a lot of limitations, because the moment you begin to run your law firm finances that way, then you're going to have a lot of trouble, both personally and professionally. One of which, of course, would be that you begin to be on the borderline of professional ethics. So, of course, the ethics of operations is you should not commingle client funds and law firm funds. I mean, that's even not talking about personal funds. It's assumed, any lawyer should have enough sense to know that your personal funds should not even be mixed up with law firm funds or with client funds. So, but what happens is that once you don't have proper funding options, it becomes easy to really reach into client funds within your custody, think you quickly turn it over in the course of business and return it. And what happens with client money, just like any other money kept in your custody, is the moment you dabble into it, you are going to get into trouble. So one of the dangers that lack of financing for law firms poses is that it creates a lot of financial cash flow issues that easily lead into unethical practices. So we have a lot of lawyers that may facing the disciplinary committee, and what is the reason they have tampered with clients' money in their custody. So if there was more funding available to lawyers, one danger I would actually avoid would be that tendency to dabble into clients' funds to help run operational needs of the law firm. Another area also where it happens is also in planning and growth. Now, without had left us friends and family, but rather than approach friends and family informally, what I did was to actually.
Thank you so much, Father Max. Now, because I know a lot of people, I've read your story somewhere. I know a lot of people are, willing to know how, like the question, every lawyer who wants to, start, a law firm, whether it's sole proprietorship or a partnership, is how much, like, even if you are not naming a particular figure, I mean, like as at the time, looking back now, as at the time you started, you want to give an idea of, how much, you had access to start, and, if, that was sufficient, looking back now in your own opinion, looking back now, if it was sufficient, in your own opinion, and how, possible that, if you had, access to more capital, you will have probably, helped, to, get off the ground, much better, yeah.
So what I'll do first of all, I'll explain what I believe a startup should have in mind. You should have at least 3 generations of financial planning that you have in mind. That's what we call the immediate term. That's what the money you need instantly before you get started on the journey. Because it depends on what kind of office space you want. You could use a co-shared office space that is already serviced.
To bank on for people who don't have such a proximity to family members and all of that. What are some of the, and considering what the rules of professional conduct say about sharing proceeds of the business with non-lawyers and all of that, so that even shuts you out in terms of even getting capital from the way conventional businesses access capital. So I mean, from where you are now, I mean, what are some of the financing options? I mean, you will want, probably, stakeholders, regulators like the NBA or National Assembly, or even lawyers in their own private spaces, can begin to look at, because I know a number of lawyers who funding is what is still keeping them in paid employment, or is still not making their lucrative, their ideas, their innovations around how the law should be practiced, it's still not making it come to life. So what are some of the unconventional begin to look at outside sourcing
the inflows from the business? So yeah, to a large extent, the structure we have in Nigeria prevents equity funding because you can't share profits, so therefore makes it quite difficult to get equity funding. But there are other unconventional sources of funding, like you have mentioned. For instance, there's to a large extent, even though that's a subset of private equity, but I believe one of the unconventional ways that we could look at, and which should be pushed, which should be championed by the regulator MBA, would actually to have some form of venture capital, funds made available for law firm startups. There could also be, a possibility of having grants where we have banks, we have, of course, the MBA as a stakeholder, and certain other players who are having an interest in, in the rule of law component. So that would be development institutions, NGOs, and all of that could actually set up grants. So something like You Win that we had as a program would be a good program to actually have for law firms. What people forget when they talk about financing law firms is that the problem we have with financing in Nigeria is that of collateral, that of certainty, of payback of the person who lends the funds. But when it comes to law firms, for instance, the mistake we make is to forget that law firms actually have rock solid collateral, because the practicing license a lawyer has, to him, is a dear commodity. So if you tie your funding to that collateral, I'm almost certain there are few lawyers who are crazy enough to take funds
risk
backed, yes, the risk backed with their practicing licenses, and trifle with that. So if structures are set up, for instance, a venture capital fund, a You Win grant type of thing, but managed by the MBA or supervised by the MBA and funded by, say, banks or third-party funders, then they know that the guarantee they have is, if this person doesn't pay back our money, the MBA is standing by there to take him, before the legal practitioners disciplinary committee, because the rules of our profession are wide enough so that even as a lawyer, the fact that you renege on a promise to repay a loan is itself already professional misconduct, for which you can stand to lose your license. So if structures like that are set in place, the lawyers would have other sources of funding, available to them that would help lawyers really pick up. And I believe if this happens, what it does is that ultimately it's going to create a better quality, legal services market for the nation. And I give this example always. The UK, for instance, this was statistics from 2016. The UK legal market was valued at 26 billion pounds. 26 billion pounds. That is well above the budget that the entire nation of Nigeria passed. Out of that money, I think I heard out of that money, over 1 point something billion pounds came just from foreign divorces that are not supposed to be have held in the UK, but prefer to come to the UK because the legal services market is advanced enough. So a lot of them coming from East Europe to have their divorces done in London, and that adds 1 point something billion pounds to the UK economy. So you can imagine that if Nigeria, and the Nigerian financial system takes the law firms serious enough to fund law firms, then we will also get a lot of benefit from people from other countries coming and bring their disputes to be resolved in Nigeria. Our banks are getting money out of that, and the money is flowing, as it comes to investment sources for other sectors of the Nigerian economy. So I believe with the right approach, the MBA in partnership with necessary partners can actually unlock other sources of funding that we don't have, unconventional sources of funding that will benefit law firms.
Okay. Wow. I mean, I think that is really interesting, an interesting take home for each.
Okay. Here with Mr. Max, the ever starting out and amongst us with him. So this is the final day capital for law, the role of financial in Nigerian English. Okay. This is an interest to business included and already informed moderator on here run through it is the challenging non-traditional form we're going on to act for law firms, financial institutions. In our first panel, Mr. who is the Bank of Industry, has over experience got the corporate and he is an own international and please return to the panel. Is your cloud when let us know that yes, return. Law has gone. Only do we have the VC of the also having some bank of ladies in Aila UVN recently deployed development. He experienced also an alumni of Harvard. We are not saying that but should yes, I have now our next panel who is Mr. Head Permanent Stock Exchange. That you oration is going to be help bank. We have the names, financial Mr. Tony, 15 years
professional experience across the world, is at the forefront of reforms in business. The launch change premium in Nigerian stock award among some Mr. Ebiziaku, your son. Just ladies and gentlemen, with me that inform your friends in this command justified panelist. I just like many audio. My God, hear me? Audio is distorted. If this is just peculiar, yes. Mr. So you hear me? I think this is it. And partner at the internet business with internet mergers and jet finance private Mr. Alukula joining us is here yet so introduced. Wondering old, very Southbourne moderator for Sheyi Bella is a part of. She has out of 8 women Nigeria as an IFL women leader. Sheyi Bella's includes corporate and private acquisition, etc. Make welcome panel. And first, apology, we have the final use Mrs. Ad is also one of the panel segments of CB and Miss, can you, I think this panic why I take this restore we generally have a wow, very bad. Any house, hello,
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to be certain that you can hear me clearly.
hear you, ma'am.
Okay, can I just ask that? Can I also ask my fellow panelists to also confirm whether they can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great, fantastic.
Hi, Shay. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, fantastic, good. Good. I don't see Tosin Ajose. Mrs. Ajose, can she join as well? Okay. And also, okay. Tosin Ajose has not been let in. Can you please let her in? Okay, fantastic. Okay, I think we also have one more panel member we're expecting. I don't see Mr. Lukularo. Is he also available? Can you also let him in? Okay, can we please confirm whether Mr. Lukularo is around? Please, so that we can start. I know we're a bit running a little late, so want to, as much as possible, push this. Okay, can the conveners confirm whether Mr. Lukularo is available? Oh, Mr. Lukularo will be joining later. Wow. Okay, I guess we just start the conversations now. So I would say good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our panel session today. I'm really excited about this, and I'm hoping that we would have a fantastic time. I want to say good afternoon to my fellow panelists. I'd like to say good afternoon, Mr. Piton. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Tosin. Good afternoon, Mr. Ibeziako. I call Tosin by first name because I know how well. So
Good
please,
afternoon.
yes, if you have, I can also call you Tony. Okay, that's
Good
good.
afternoon, Shay. Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
How are you doing? Yes. So I'm just gonna go right into it, and I guess the thing I wanted to just mention is that if I asked us the question and I
Okay, it's getting a little challenging with our network. Or well, I'm not sure it's our network, but I think we just lost the audio and visual from Bella, and right about the same time we lost audio and visual from Mr. Tony. But Mr. Peter, please, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, awesome. All right. Mr. Tony is back now. So let's wait for Bella, who is the moderator. I think it's our network that is the issue. We're trying to. Okay,
Hello.
I think she's not coming back on now.
Okay. I didn't realize that I've been cut off. It was showing a freeze here.
We think it's your network, actually. It's not you.
You think it's ours? I think it's my network this time. Okay. No problem.
So if you can get the Wi-Fi or one of these, so that I thought that you got a call.
Very
You
okay.
know
very
you got a call,
yes.
meeting,
Okay. Very.
But thank God that's what happened. So I'll just leave the platform so that you can take on from there. We apologize to all our guests and audience for the technical issues and glitches that we just had. The conversation will proceed in earnest. Thank you, Madam Bella. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Kyle Peter. Thank you, Mr. Tony. And thank you, I don't want to call that Thursday by your first name, like Madam Bella. Let me just call. Mr. Joseph. Thank you. All right, Madam Bella, over to you.
Okay, great. I'm just going to ask a question. I don't know where I just completely cut off completely. Had I done any introductions there? Because it kept showing on my screen like the conference was still on. So I'm just going to ask that question. I hadn't done any. Where can anybody guide me? Where did you hear up to? What cut off?
So I think you were saying that you were just going to ask a question. At that point, you got cut off.
Oh my goodness. Okay, no problem. Okay, so I was saying that if I ask the question what a successful law firm is, and that if I did a Google search for what a successful law firm is, that the very first features that would come up would be, a competent law firm, a law firm where you have hardworking and focused lawyers, lawyers who are committed to quality of service, great leadership, loyalty, accountability. But I'm saying that it's truly seldom that the very first feature that comes to mind is a profitable law firm. And yet this is a very critical aspect of any business, and more so the business of law. So when people talk about starting or managing a business, in those conversations, access to capital or funding is a very natural part of those conversations. And that could be capital, for instance, that they are sourcing from angel investors, from venture capital, from private equity funds, from private equity offerings, and in fact, even IPOs. Again, each method of raising capital will be suited for different situations, based, of course, on the regulatory regime, the business model, and the stage of that particular business. But with law firms, which are, by the way, a business, the story is different. Law firms today are primarily funded by capital contributions from the partners and debt. And even in debt, you still have further restrictions because traditional banks not only require mainstream collateral in exchange for credit, but they also require a personal guarantee from partners of law firms. So banks will not accept unearned contingency fees from cases as collateral, right? And just compounded by the fact that culturally, we're just also very debt averse. So today we have a wonderful panel that consists of, partners of law firms that will discuss their own experiences with access to funding, financing their business. And we also have representatives of the financial sector who will also speak to us about the possible products that can be made available to the legal industry and the challenges that financiers themselves have in financing the legal industry. I know the MC has already introduced this very powerful panel, so in the interest of time, I'm just going to jump right into the conversations. So Tosi, I'm going to speak with you. Mr. Luke Lauer is not here yet. You founded Deal HQ Partners in 2018. I'm sure you had the initial healthy panic attack that any entrepreneur has when they first, venture into business. But, based on your experience in this market, what guidance Will you be able to provide to lawyers who want to start a law firm and are concerned basically about access to funding? You're on mute. Tosin, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Sheyi. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this invitation. To your question, Sheyi, I think, yes, I did have those initial panic attacks, especially because, I mean, when you look traditionally at all the things that happened at the time when the firm was being formed, you will be able to say that all the odds were against me in the manner of speaking. So coming as a young professional from a top law firm in the country, trying to start off a small shop. So the size of what we were trying to bring to market was small, led by a woman and a young woman. And in this environment, all of those things, all those nuances, will typically work against you. However, it's 2 years and counting. And I'd say that some of the biggest lessons that I have learned along the way would be one, lessons around capacity. What are you bringing to the table? Do you actually, legal services business is professional services. And what that means is that what we are primarily selling is intellectual capacity. So are you bringing that to the table? I think apart from intellectual capacity, the other thing that I have learned is you need to come into the market with a lot of discipline, right? So you have to have the discipline to stay. You have to have the discipline to pursue. You have to have the discipline to do things right. I think apart from discipline, there's also integrity. Two things that would make people, want to work with you as a professional services, as a professional that renders professional services. Number one is capacity. Number two is that they just trust you, and it takes, a lot to build trust. So the most important capital to me in running a law firm, apart from intellectual capital, I would say is trust capital. And you have to ensure that you are consistently, keeping a balance of those two things. Now, in terms of cash, because obviously you know that intellectual and trust capital alone is not going to pay the bills, right? One of the things that had helped, on this journey, and I'll break them down, trying to explain what the standard playbook for a law firm in Nigeria is and how it makes the barrier to financial entry into, the legal services business quite low. I mean, I remember when we were in law school, one of the things that we were consistently told was the very day you get called to bar, you have the capacity to start a business. You can run a legal services business successfully, or rather you can attempt to run a legal services business from the very moment that you leave the law school, because you are qualified, to provide services to clients. However, what do you need to do to even be able to scale, your initial hurdles? I'll talk about my own personal experience. I had just left, an employment. I had a little, savings, maybe a few $1,000s of savings, and I was looking to start a law firm. I can tell you that I bootstrapped my way to where we are today. And thankfully, because of the nature of legal services, I was able to ride, a lot on the back of intellectual capital and trust capital. And that, helped with the little, cash that we had at the time. Now, looking at the legal services playbook in Nigeria and perhaps even Africa, there are a couple of things that would, already militate against your ability to access capital. Some of them are internal, some of them are external, and I'll just mention a few of them. So number one, like you mentioned, we have a not so strong credit history. We're not in an environment where people, are, typically open to credit, particularly personal credit. So you see someone wants to buy a house, they don't want to take a mortgage. They would rather wait until they have the full funds to pay for the house and move in, or they would rather buy block on block and then build as they go. You want to buy a car, you don't want to take a loan, you just want to wait until you are able to afford. That's the environment that we find ourselves. So there's the cultural, issue that is, quite general. Then the other thing is Law firms generally, you are not allowed to partner with people that are not lawyers. And what that means is that the primary equity that is available to run the business is whatever the owners or the partners are able to provide. All the other businesses or other industries that have access to equity capital, they can take venture capital money, they can take private equity money, they can take investors' monies. We don't have that kind of opportunity in the legal services space because of the rules of professional conduct. The other thing I think that also, militates against access to capital is the general structure of law firms. Typically, and until very recently, you don't have a separate legal personality from the business. The partners are the legal person of the business. And what that means is that the full risk of the business is borne by them. And like I said, we don't have a culture where people are very open to personal credit. So a lot of times you would find that a lot of partners in law firms or sole proprietors want to ride the tide with whatever they have, bootstrap their way along until they are able to get to a point where the business can sustain itself on the cash flows that it makes from the business that it runs. I think there is also the issue around what I spoke about before, that the barrier to entry is really low, depending on the nature of the business you want to start. If you have your qualification from the law school and you have one or two people that can trust you to deliver on their transactions for them, you can be a lawyer running a law office a day after you have been called to bar. So all of these things are some of the reasons why we are where we are today. Then in terms of the external factors, there are many reasons, or there are many conditions that you would find traditionally for anyone to be able to give you access to capital, whether it is in the form of debt from a financial institution, whether it is grant, or whether it is any other kind of private capital that is not equity. You would require some basic measure of demonstration that you have the capacity to pay back. Usually you must demonstrate that you have cash flows that will justify your repayment of the facility. A lot of times, you will find that law firms, our cash flow projections, and even the way that we're able to the way that we are able to tell the story of our cash flow, whether it is historical or whether you are projecting, it's unstable. I mean, you can have a healthy pipeline of transactions, and you cannot really tell how and when those monies will come in. And I think this is one typical issue that a lot of professional services firms have. Having done the work, sometimes it's just as difficult, or sometimes even more difficult than doing the work, being able to follow your receivables and get them in good time. Many times you have a department that their job is just chasing clients and ensuring that the money is coming. I think another thing, and this is one of my own major challenges as an administrator in the legal services industry. One of the major things that I find is also that it's very difficult to run an empirical system of billing as a lawyer. And if you cannot run an empirical system of billing, then it means it's difficult to put a price to the product that you're selling. So we find ourselves a lot of times in situations where, okay, you have this transaction that you're doing for this client, you have priced based on resources that are going to be deployed towards doing the work, the complexity of the work, how long you're going to stay on the transaction. However, I mean, you have done all of this, but the competition in the market is not going to allow you always, stand by, some of these empirical, principles that you have established for billing. Many times you would see that, your competition is willing to do far less.
Yeah.
I mean, so there's no standard of billing. So what that means is that anyone would put in a bid or a tender for work, and depending on how badly they want to do the work, they are willing to cut down and take a penny for doing the legal services. At the end of the day, if you don't have cash flows that justify your ability to access capital, then I mean, nobody's going to look at you. And finally, so that I don't keep the conversation on my side alone. I think finally another thing is a lot of times law firms do not actually have assets, and a lot of times financing must be backed by assets or your cash flows, right? That is the only two things that a lender or an investor would look at in terms of justifying that they are able to get their monies back. So many times you find that the structure that a lot of law firms run in this side of the world is we eat everything that we kill. You would hardly find, maybe a few disciplined law firms, even some of the big ones don't have any treasury management systems or an investment or savings culture or anything that just helps them retain capital or have something to fall back on. So I think for me those are some of the few things that I would say
Yeah.
would work against a law firm being able to access capital from the conventional fundraising systems or methods.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Josie, for sharing. And that's really, really, really appreciated. Talking to us about your story with respect to, you know, um, starting a young law firm that is doing really well and thriving, and also trying to, walk your way through being able to access funding. And of course, the real challenges that we have from the regulatory perspective and also from the kind of business model, that law firms generally have. I think I'm going to move on to Mr. Yusuf. And we're going to go to the financiers now. Mr. Yusuf is at the Central Bank of Nigeria. So Yusuf, from a financier's perspective, Tosin has told us from a legal perspective, these are the things that she's thinking about. These are her daily struggles with cash. And, from a financier's perspective, what do you think contributes to lawyers or law firms not accessing the type of funding that they require? Is there something about the business of law that is causing this? Is there a narrative of the business of law that we need to change? From a financier's perspective, what would you say? With respect to accessing funding.
Yes. Specifically, we have a lot of interventions for startups in various aspects of the economy. But for law specifically, we don't have a facility for law, if you call it law. But if it is for other enterprises, which like in Nigeria, everybody is entitled to go into farming, is entitled to go into that value chain, agricultural value chain. And if as a lawyer and I want to start it, of course it's allowed, and you can do it side by side with your legal profession. But we are yet to come up with whatever that will be beneficial to a law practice as an entity.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Peter, please can I go over to you and ask you a similar question? Just around, BOI is a fantastic institution. There's always very creative and always thinking of products to strengthen different sectors and different industries. Would the legal industry at some point qualify for some kind of product? What kind of product do you think may the BOI or at least the financier be willing to give to a law firm?
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me. It's because of my belief. I know that this is for a lot of young law firms to see what they can do. That was why I took my time to be with you. For BOI is a government-owned DFI. When we say DFI, it's a development finance institution. And basically, the idea is to see how it can help to move the industrial sector forward. But that notwithstanding, we are a limited liability company. We are licensed by Central Bank of Nigeria, and so all our practices, are the usual and normal banking processes that we have to follow. The major mandate of BOI is actually to help the real sector. So you want to procure things like machinery, you want to buy equipment, and you're talking long term. because when you look at the maturity profile of many of the commercial banks in Nigeria, the deposits, they're usually short term. But people say, look, you want to have real development, you need to be able to get money at a reasonable cost for a long period. So we are able to give monies for between 8 to 10 years at good rates. You know, now the question is, do law firms qualify to get, because that is, as far as we are concerned, all the other one is just grammar. You know, can we come to BOI and take money? The answer is yes, no. And I will explain that. Now, I've listened to some of the comments that you have made, and thank you for the young lady for her law firm, which is successful after 2 years. It's very rare because most lawyers, you know, they struggle. You know, if you're talking of some of the lawyers, maybe because of her experience from a bigger firm, so she's going with some experience and possibly some people that actually know what she's doing. You know, if you want to borrow money from the bank, they're going to ask you, what security do you have? You know, if you're a lawyer, you know, most times what we are selling is intellectual property.
Correct.
So how do you borrow against that? In Nigeria, it's very difficult. It's very, very difficult. So they ask you for security. Do you have a house? Do you have shares? You say, well, if I had all of those things, maybe I would have sold them and not come to you, you know? But definitely, the banks have to secure the facilities, you know? So I'm sure what we are looking at is how can we creatively borrow money from the banks, you know? And it reminds me of what happened to the creative sector, you know, because they had the same kind of problem some years in the past. You know, a lot of young people were in the creative sector, you know, they wrote scripts. They wanted to make those scripts into films, you know, and when they come to you, they want to borrow. They say, well, I have a good script. When this thing is made into film, I'm going to make a lot of money. But now you don't have the money. So when we looked at it and seeing that a lot of Nigerians were actually employed in that sector, some will write the scripts, you know, some were makeup artists, some were dancers, some were involved in, you know, having the cameras, you know, for the cast, you know, different kinds of things. It's a lot of, you know, the value chain is a lot.
Yeah.
What we have at Bank of Industry was, okay, fine. How do we solve that problem? Then we came up with an idea and said, okay, fine. We're going to risk some money in that sector. So we a panel of experts, people like Jacques Sliver and the others. You know, we brought them together. They were working for the bank, not inside the bank, but they were like our consultants. So people came with their scripts. You know, this panel of experts will read those scripts and tell us, out of these 20 that we have read, about 3 or 4 of them have prospects. So they have scaled one level. Now we're going to give them money to actually make the films, but they might also spend the money. So we also look for the professionals in that sector and actually give them the money to provide those services. So the guy is going to do the recording of the film with somebody else, costume, somebody else, to try to minimize the risk that the bank will have. Most of the films that you have been watching in some of the film theaters in cinema houses in Lagos actually were financed by Bank of Industry. As of today, Bank of Industry is the biggest financier of the creative sector. Maybe that kind of thing can be done for law. But what has to happen in your own case might be similar to what we had for people that had cooperatives. Maybe MBA in the various, maybe Ikeja, you know, your chapter in Ikeja, because chapter, you might have to have your elders come together and have a kind of joint and several guarantees. And maybe on the basis of the name of MBA, maybe you can give Ikeja chapter 50 million. And they can guarantee the smaller law firms. And then if they pay back, like we do in cooperatives, then other people can have it. You'll be surprised that most lawyers will not even guarantee other lawyers. But has to start it. You know, that might be a way. If you were already established, like you're a Ganifa Emi, and you already have a law journal that you are publishing, and we can see the cash flow, and we know, for instance, you publish every month based on track record, you make so much money, it's easier to borrow.
Yeah.
You know, that aspect of law practice, you can get money for it. Like somebody said, if it's a matter of, okay, you want to borrow money, we ask you, how are you going to pay back? Say, well, I have some briefs. But the point is, these people have not paid you. Some of them have not even paid you. So it has to be creative, you know. So I like the idea that you are coming together. That was why I decided to come, you know. But learning to that sector is a bit challenged. It has to be something that's going to be done differently. Some of your the SANs might have to come together and say, look, let us encourage the young lawyers. Let's have a scheme for them where they can borrow up to 2 million naira or something like that. We will be interested in partnering with them. We'll just ask you for cross guarantees, you know, which means you will have vetted yourself before you send that thing forward, you know, and then we can start with some amount of money, and then we bring them into the financial inclusion system, and then who knows, maybe these firms becomes like Clifford Chance or any of these other big firms who have employers. Yes, because, you know, it's a good industry. You know, some of you have done well. We want more of you to do well, you know. So that would be my conclusion.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Peter. That's very, very, very useful and, you know, even encouraging and inspiring as well for younger lawyers who are also listening on this platform as well. I think that, yes, you have reiterated the fact that, you know, traditional banking will demand certain things from law firms and from lawyers. You know, traditional banking, which we earlier spoke on, will always reiterate the need to have some kind of steady collateral. And so there's therefore a need to be creative, and there's therefore a need to start to consider different types of, you know, alternative financing options, right? Thank you so much, sir. On the debt side, we know that law firms do get some debt. So whether it is through you know, overdrafts, you know, working cap facilities to be able to deal, you know, some of their expenses, whether it is to deal, whether, you know, more a fixed term loan, for instance, where you have like you're funding a big project, you're trying to build it could be a building, it could be software, it could be something that's very capital intensive, technology and all that. And then, but at the end of the day, the reality of it is that from a traditional bank's perspective, that you're going to be looking at, okay, let's look at the partners. What kind of personal assets do they have? How do we back that up? What kind of assets? Tosin spoke and said, you know, even the firms themselves may not necessarily have assets. So we're looking at the partners. And these are some of the challenges. You know, law firms do also do things like invoice discounting, you know, like factoring, you know, to say, look, okay, I'm expecting XYZ amount over a period of time. Can you please, for the purpose of cash that I need today, can you give me a smaller sum of money? So there is some type of financing within the traditional space. It's just that I guess we're on a twist and we want more. And we want to be able to access that type of funding for a lot of people. Now let's look at equity. And the reality of it is that the conversations around equity, we've talked about it. And so basically I'm coming to you, you know, I know that what we know, yeah, we talk about equity, but as at today, we know that our rules of professional conduct don't really allow us, you know, to get the best out of that equity, because where you're told, for instance, that, you know, specifically that a law firm can't partner with a lawyer can't partner with a non-lawyer. A lawyer is not supposed to share legal fees with a non-lawyer. And in fact, the rules of professional conduct says that a law firm is not supposed to trade like a corporation. And you know, the bar has its own reasons because, you know, one is trying to balance ethics and also balance, you know, the need as well to ensure that you are delivering, you know, quality services as well without being biased, because, you know, you have a particular shareholder who is a shareholder in a particular law firm that then basically says, well, this is how I want you to do. I'm actually funding you to do this. So there's always going to be that question of, okay, what balance do I take? And all. So this is the dilemma that we have and of course there have been calls for review of the rules of professional conduct, and that maybe it's time. You know, we do have to think of creative ways to see this law business as a business, and we cannot continue to be restrictive in how we deal that. But assuming, you know, that, you know, we did have this, you know, relaxation of the RPC, rules. And even if you think, Mr. Bezeko, that there are things that we can do regardless of these rules, I would like you to know. I mean, your answer may be a bit more futuristic because there are these impediments, and it's not like, for instance, we can go right now as a law firm and say, we're going to incorporate a company that we want to float on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and we want to do an IPO and all that kind of stuff. It may not be. But there are also things as well that law firms can also do, even from an investment perspective. How many law firms are actually investing? Law firms always look to get to we want capital and funding from traditional means. But what kind of investments are law firms themselves doing so that they themselves can also have long-term capital, capital that they can then use to inject in their business? So there are all sorts, Mr. Bezeko. I don't know what you can share with us. I know that you're an expert in this, and would like to hear from you.
Thank you very much for that. And thanks for the organizers of this forum for deeming it fit to talk about this very interesting dilemma. And also, I want to say happy Wednesday to our panelists and all the viewers that have tuned in. You actually made an interesting point, and during the last panel or last session that actually spoke, a lot of emphasis was actually laid on the need to change the current regulation, more especially the RBC, and how that change can transform and catalyze growth in the legal profession. What I would do is I would sort of add to that call for that change or amendments to be done immediately, but I'll try to lay a business case for it, maybe from a different perspective that hasn't been mentioned during this seminar. So as far as I'm concerned, the legal profession and indeed the world has pivoted towards entrepreneurial spirits or entrepreneurial mindsets in the way business models or business entities are set up. So any business that will be looking at accessing capital, and more so even private capital or private or public capital, needs to make a deliberate effort to look at the business model, the sustainability of that business model, the scalability of that business model, and the market share of that business model. When you do that, basically it throws out some of the nuances that has been shared so eloquently in this discussion. Because capital, be it short-term, fixed income capital, short-term capital, or even equities, one thing is sacrosanct about capital. Capital would always find opportunities, investment opportunities, but the most critical thing is capital would always go to those opportunities that have risk-adjusted returns and also that is profitable. Now, if we have that in mind, we should now begin to look at the legal profession vis-a-vis where regulation is. Is there a conflict? And if there is a conflict, how can it be addressed both in a sustainable way and in the short to medium term perspective? So for us in the capital markets, and I will crisscross between private capital, which has been discussed, and also pivoting towards public capital, and I'll make some suggestions to it. When you're looking at a business, and let me use some of the examples that has been mentioned. So today, from a GDP perspective, you're looking at technology as a good contributor to GDP. You're looking at services as a good contributor to GDP. We're beginning to see a lot of things happening from innovation perspective. And because of the disruption that has happened with COVID, we're also beginning to see that healthcare is beginning to be seen as a profitable business. It's in the same bucket with the law firms, a bit restrictive in the way doctors should operate. But with COVID, we are beginning to see the need to inject sustainable capital across the value chain because it is a sustainable business. So one of the things that we have also seen, because this transformation or this clamor for change on regulation, it's not isolated to Nigeria. In the earlier panel, we saw that a listed company, Gately, who is basically listed on the London Stock Exchange in the AIMS markets. And obviously the first law firm that got listed was in Australia, Slater and Gordon in 2007 it was. And what has happened with those listings was we've seen them have access to tier one capital, but more importantly, it has given them flexibility to come up with a business model and structure that catalyzes the industry or their business. So they've seen a lot of M&A being done by these companies across jurisdictions, across border. So the question is, can that happen in Nigeria? Absolutely yes. Do we have the businesses and the depth of market or capital to have the same impact in Nigeria? The answer is yes. So I know, like I mentioned earlier on, the issue about reforms and transformation, it's something that the association and probably the legal profession as a body would need to begin to look into. But in the meantime, we have to get innovative. And for us to do that, especially on the public capital space, law firms can actually adopt the same model that we saw in the UK, where they can begin to have a balancing act between the nobility of the profession and giving themselves a headroom to actually access both public and private capital. And they can actually do that by using SPV structures to do that. And they can actually do that by using a holding company. Now, what I would say is each business has its own cycle, right? Your young lawyers that have entrepreneurial spirits, that have their own law firm, might not be able to adopt those structures. But we have matured law practices in Nigeria that can unlock the value of both their business and also their revenue model by adopting those structures. And basically what it does is once you use any of those structures, it helps you, it gives you room to maneuver, but it also causes less disruption to either regulation or the nuances of fear of uh, being for a profit entity, if I were to say that. So that is what I would say. The second part is for us at the Nigerian Stock Exchange, we realize that small entities, SMEs, are basically the bedrock and catalyst of the economy. And they don't have access to capital, obviously because of some of the points that has been mentioned earlier on. Now, in response to that, and not even knowing that, there is clamor for transformation in the legal profession, we came up with, after very extensive stakeholders engagement, we actually did come up with what we call a growth board. So the growth board is a board that is focused at high growth companies or high growth entities that are looking to access public capital. And it's regulation light, because we know that depending on the stage of where your business is, you haven't developed the necessary corporate governance, disclosure requirements, profit levels that is required. But we've done it because we have patient capital providers or financiers actually looking for opportunities in this environment, but they are looking for a bridging gap with due diligence, with corporate governance, and with level of material disclosures with respect to the entity. So what we've done is, with the growth board, we've looked at entities that are as little as having a market cap of 50 million, and cascaded it up to companies that, when they do their valuations, they could fall in between 500 and 4 billion naira. And we've made it possible for them to adopt whatever structure they can, as long as they are a PLC, but it gives room for
access to further capital.
Yes, for preferred capital, or for them to access long and sustainable capital. I also just want to throw in, before I get off the mic, is capital does not also have to be equity. Debts, more especially corporate bonds, are something that, for the matured law firms that are looking at, that have sustainability of income, they have a good cash flow, they have good business combinations, they can also begin to look at, while I'm moving away from private capital and trying to access the public market, is it the first foray into that arena might be, let me do a bond issuance. That would give me access to a fixed coupon rate over a long period of time. But obviously, there are requirements for such instruments. You have to do your credit rating, by a credit rating agency. You need to look at your past and projected future cash flow. And what this would do is some of those services, especially IT and intellectual services that has been mentioned here, this begins to give us an opportunity to deliberately and formally begin to monetize or find an ingenious way to monetize those services, but also gives you leverage to do some other organic and inorganic um, business models
Yeah.
would help you
Yeah.
access those funds.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ibezako. You've given us a range of different opportunities. Again, as I already had earlier hinted, I know that most of these will be quite futuristic, depending on what are, the regulatory, should I say, flexibilities. We need to basically create those regulatory flexibilities and start having those engaging the relevant people to have those conversations so that we can have those reviews of our RPC and all that to allow many of these products that you talked about to actually come to fore in the way that they ought to. Thank you so, so much. And also for us to even understand that there are even opportunities as well for SME companies, on the growth board of the NSC, and people should definitely take those opportunities. Even though law firms, I don't know whether law firms will be able to do that now, but at least these opportunities are there, at least for us to be able to engage in. I'm going to, because our time is fast spent, I'm going to just ask for it. I'm going to say, I don't know whether we can do 30-second closing remarks from everyone so that then I can just sort of wrap up and then we can close the panel session. I think I would ask the representative of Mr. Yusuf, if you have a closing remark, if there's something that you want to say, even as we wrap up these conversations today.
Yes, thank you very much. I once more want to apologize on behalf of Yusuf. He has a very pressing engagement, so I'm standing in for him.
Nope.
However, as per the subject of discussion, very interesting, but we also have what we call the Creative Industry Initiative, which is a facility under one of our scheme and interventions. So maybe as we move forward, now that we are beginning to think of law firms, maybe we will find a way of
squeeze us in there.
so that's my comment.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Just right to the point and on time. Tosin, let me go to you. Last final remark.
Okay, thank you, Shay. I think what I would like to say at this point is that we need to rethink the strategy of law as a business, as you have continued to say, especially because in this age and time, legal services firms in Nigeria need to be inching closer to competing with our contemporaries in other jurisdictions. And if we are to do that, we must change our internal disposition to the business of the practice of law. We must also, begin to change the way that, our, regulations have been, have been set up and open ourselves up to a lot of opportunities in terms of capital raise, in terms of the size of the firms, in terms of bench strength. I mean, a typical, law firm outside of this jurisdiction, some of the big ones are talking, thousands of lawyers in numbers and offices in several countries across the world. Some of them have offices in the UK, in the US, in China. Some have, about 4,000 lawyers, their payroll. Some have about 300 partners and all of that. The scale, the size, and the capacity allows them to compete favorably with any other business in any other industry or sector across the world. And I think that's where we should, be looking to reach. So, I mean, small is good, but small is not always, best because you really, cannot compete. And now that the world is getting smaller and people are able to do more impact and influence across jurisdictions, if Nigerian law firms are going to have any space, or any chance to compete globally, We need to be looking at opportunities to have structures that allow us to play big, to play wide, to play broad. So I would just say we need to rethink the rules, we need to rethink the regulations, we need to give ourselves opportunities to access capital on large scales. We need to be thinking of mergers and acquisitions. We need to be thinking of how to integrate the smaller law firms into some of the bigger ones, so that we have a bigger stake to play, and we begin to correct the things that are deficient in the current Nigerian law firm playbook. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Basically, we are talking about the business of law. And it goes beyond just regular practice. There are some lawyers who are very enterprising, who might be able to come up with ideas of what other lawyers need, that they might need to get into manufacturing, even the gowns and things like that. And they can access facilities from Bank of Industry. There are facilities in BOI that you don't have to bring a house, up to about 5-10 million naira. You just need 2 guarantors in good standing. They should look into those areas. The other thing that I would like to say is that lawyers also should begin to put their house in order when it comes to how you manage your funds. Because sometimes what the banks are looking at, when they ask you, what do you have? Say you don't have anything, but I have a law firm that is doing well. They will ask you, can we see your bank statements and see your turnover? You can borrow based on what they see, what you have been doing for the past 1 or 2 years, So be careful how you mix your finances with that of your firm. Make sure that you begin to keep records that can help you access facilities from the banks. And finally, I want lawyers to know that the legal profession itself is good business. Those who have done well, the lawyers that know good lawyers are lawyers themselves. There are some young lawyers who don't want to work for you. Invest in them. You will make money. If your law says that only lawyers can be partners, why don't you, you have a bigger firm, the younger doesn't want to work for you, but it has a future. Look for 3 or 4 people like that and put some little money in their law firms. It might pay you more than your own. The old model of law firms that you want to leave to your children, competent to take over from you. Somebody that will take your law firm to the next level might not be your son or your daughter. You have to invest in people. And lawyers must also invest in other lawyers. It is good business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mr. Bezeko, one final remark from you, and so that we can wrap up.
Thank you for that. For me, I would say, like I mentioned earlier on, capital would always find opportunities in good businesses that have risk-adjusted returns, scalable, and is profitable. What I would advise is the call for reform of the existing rules should be taken with utmost priority. Secondly, the solutions or some of the advice that I offered earlier on using the SPV structure or the holding company structure is actually something that some of the mature and more successful law firms can actually use as of today. Last but not the least is let us innovate. Let us innovate and unlock the huge potentials of the legal profession. It's huge. We have 200 people that would need legal advice or form of legal intermediation. So let us innovate and unlock the value within the profession. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And as we wrap up, I want to say a big thank you to the panel. As we wrap up, I just want to put out a number of things to us. One thing I want us to remember is that law firms are businesses, and a successful business needs cash flow to drive forward. Please remember that. Tosin talked about being able to compete favorably with other businesses and not just law firms. Law firms today need to be able to retain talent. A big problem that law firms are facing today is the ability to be able to retain talent when you compare that with other people in other industries and other sectors. We need to be able to pay our staff, we need to pay them very well. And so we need capital. we need access to it. So another thing I'm going to tell us as law firms or as lawyers is that we should care about the numbers and not just about delivering great legal services. Also, alternative financing options need to be welcome. In the US and in the UK today, with respect to litigation funding, there is something called contingency-based financing or law firm financing. And that's an innovative way for attorneys or law firms to cover their litigation expenses. And what they do is that there are companies that sort of lend and provide non-recourse capital to, to law firms in exchange for a portion of the financial recovery from their portfolio of lawsuits. So what is done is that, particularly with respect to litigation funding, these institutions are able to review a certain portfolio of lawsuits, have someone look at it, and the same thing that's really being done in the creative section as well. And so what's happening is people look at those portfolio of lawsuits, and on the basis of that, it's non-recourse capital and given to the law firms to be able to do what they need to do. And at the end of the day, you're able to then get a success fee or get a percentage of financial recovery from portfolio of lawsuits. Perhaps that may be a good way. And indeed, that kind of funding is important because that kind of funding helps to develop our own law today. Imagine people being able to take class action suits. We don't have those types of things in Nigeria because those things are very expensive. You need expert witnesses, you need all sorts of things, and you need to be able to pay for those things. And how many law firms or lawyers are able to do that by themselves? Perhaps if we had some sort of funding that enabled us to do what we need to do, we would do. Law firms, banks, we continue to ask banks to continue to support us, basically in all sorts of raising of traditional sources of funding to be able to bridge a cash flow outflow and the cash flow inflow gap. Our rules of professional conduct, time review of the RPC rules to allow law firms to access better funding. I know that the bar has its fears that the influence of money will lead to client harming decisions. But we need to balance that against the fact that law firms are businesses. And the reality of it is that law firms are extremely limited in the ways that they can invest in their business to better serve their clients. I hope that the conversations today will, get out there and that it will lead to larger conversations that can be held in the community. But I want to thank you very much for participating in this conference and also to thank our esteemed panelists for all their contributions and for their time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll pass on over to Strictly Law Business.
Thank you so much, the beautiful, intelligent, and dynamic Mrs. Bella. Thank you so much for moderating this session. We totally enjoyed it. We totally appreciate you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for honoring our invite. We are grateful. And we hope that this is a conversation starter. We hope that we'll be able to keep up with the conversation and we'll see what will come out of all of these discussions we've had here today. Thank you very much. We're really grateful.
And a very big thanks to our panelists. This session has been such an insightful one. There's been so much practical suggestions from everyone on the panel. And I mean, I'm sure that our audience have a lot of take-homes from this session. So particularly from Mr. Piton, I like the fact that it's not just a conversation about money. We're also calling on lawyers to put their house in order because if we're looking for alternative or if we're looking for external source of funding, we have to ensure that our books are well kept and everything looks good so that people know that their money is not just going to go down the drain. I also like the fact that Mr. Beziako mentioned something about innovation. It is true that we cannot be looking for what's not traditional as regards finance and funding and want to remain with the archaic method or with the regular way of doing business. So it's true that it's either we innovate or, as they say, die. I also like the fact that we're talking about the call for reforms of the RPC as something that should be of utmost priority. Also, Mrs. A, I like the fact that, I mean, she began to talk about how capital is not just about funds, it's not just about intellectual property. Trust is also capital. our admonition about keeping a balance of both intellectual and trust capital is so apt. Thank you very much for your contributions. And to the beautiful and our moderator who's done an excellent job moderating this panel. Thank you for putting it out there that we need to begin to critically talk about and welcome alternative financial options. You talked about litigation funding, which is quite important. Yes, I like that. I like where this conversation has gone. Thank you so very much to everyone. We've had such a good time with both of you.
Thank you again. And like we said, we have some announcements for you guys before we leave. And one of it is, like we said, our SLB mentor, the amiable Dr. Oni, has written two books on the energy sector as well as the Nigerian electricity industry. So we'd like you to take a look at the book. We have it now on the screen. Please take a look. And we also have pinned on the screen the details of how you can purchase the book. So the book title is Understanding Petroleum, Oil and Gas Transactions. There's also another one on electricity, but we couldn't get it here. But trust me, any book, any material from Dr. Oni is highly, highly intellectual, and I think you should get it. We should get it. I have my own copy, and the few paragraphs I've read in the book are quite very, very insightful. So I would encourage us to please ensure that we get the copies. One is for 50,000 and the other one is for 35,000. I'm sure you understand that. What's a lawyer without a book? So your book, your book, our library is very important. That's our office. So I'd encourage us to please get a copy of this book. You will definitely, you definitely have yourself to thank for it when you get the book and you see all the insightful information on the book. And this book is a practical one, right? So it's different from every other book that just talks about the theory. The good thing is that Dr. Oni is a lecturer, is also in law practice. So he's bringing both the theoretical and the practical aspects to this book. So please ensure you get a copy of the book right about now. And the next thing we're also going to talk about is joining the SLB Academy, the SLB community. We've talked about that before, that we should try as much as we can to join the SLB community. And we have actually also put it on the screen, put the link on the screen on how we can join the community. So we're just trying to find that link again so that we can join the community. Right about now, we'll try and bring up the link on the screen for us to join, so that we can see this. We can see the link, and then we can join right away. I mean, you would agree with me that this is one conversation that has been super insightful. And to keep being part of this, community, I think it's important that you join to keep getting, this kind of value. Rather, I think it's important that you join the community, because we have a whole lot of things that goes on in the community, and from time to time, every now and then, a lot of things that goes on. So please try as much as you can to join the community. So like I'm going to pin it now. Yes, so this is the link to join the community. Ensure you join the community before you leave here. Someone is sending me a private message that you have opened our eyes with Lord. I am absolutely grateful, and that was the intention at the time we conceived the idea of this conference. We wanted us to leave this conference, not just I attended a conference or a webinar. No, we wanted us to leave this conference challenged, with the ability to begin to think better, to come up with new ideas, creative ideas, knowing that everything is achievable, everything can be done, and that for us also, it's also a challenge, not just to us as individuals, but also to the legal industry, as a whole, to the entire legal industry, to the entire, finance sector also. Now we have brought in the finance guys, I'm sure by the time we start thinking, we start putting heads together with brainstorm, we can come up with some creative solution that will ensure that the legal industry does not remain the way it used to be, which will transform into a strong institution. So please ensure that you join us. And right about now also, we want to say thank you to everyone. So for the break, so we had a master class. I'm sure that not every one of us could join or get into the master class. This conference is recorded. So if you missed anything, if you missed any aspect, be sure that you can get the recording. But it is not going to be free. It's not going to be free. So please ensure that you get your request for the recordings or make it available for you. Just reach out to us for the recording. It's going to be, it's going to be available for you. So I have one other announcement that I am trying to share with us before we wrap it up for today. But I mean, I'm sure some of you would agree with me that I'm sure maybe some of us may be like, do we need to live here and all of that. So yes, every good thing has an end. Every good thing has an end. So definitely we are coming gradually to the end of the conference, and we want to thank everyone who has made this conference a success. It's been months of planning. It's been months of planning, and here we have imagine just planning for just a day event, right? But it's been months of planning, and here we are. We're grateful to God for the privilege and the opportunity that has made this conference. Thank you so much to everyone that stayed till this time because wow, it's 2 p.m. really, it's been an interesting conversation. It's been really, really wonderful. I'm so happy to were able to move this year. We had challenges, but we are grateful that we are able to beat all the challenges, and here we are today. Thank you so much for allowing us to the focus of your own policies. We are really grateful. We are so grateful. We hope that when next will reach out, you will join us. And we are also saying this is just the conversation starter. We want to just start the conversation. There's still a lot that we have in store for us as we progress into the year. So still, please stay tuned. Follow us on our socials. Please talk about the conference. Share your learnings. Share everything you have learned, about the conference. Tag us. Tag Strictly Law Business on Instagram. Tag Strictly Law Business, on Facebook, on Twitter, on LinkedIn. Let's continue the conversation. Let's continue the conversation till we get to the stakeholders and we're able to, begin the process of the necessary reforms that we need to ensure that we actually are able to get the best we can, from the Nigerian legal services market. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. And I also want to use the opportunity to say a very big thank you to all the volunteers, everyone, the planning committee, the publicity team, our hosts, our hostess, everyone, our sponsors. We are really, really grateful. We thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting us, and even to the individual donation, the individual donors also. We are grateful because of you, that's why we are here. That's why we could pull this off. Thank you so much. And I also want to say a very big thank you to my master, the one that sent me on this assignment, the Lord God, the God Almighty. I am so grateful to God for his support, for his encouragement, for his direction, and for always helping me, for being, for helping me. So I'm so grateful to God for this opportunity, and I'm just so happy. I'm delighted. It's like I should go on and on, but every good thing has an end. So we're going to be wrapping this up in just 1 minute. Thank you so much for being here, and please ensure you subscribe, turn on notifications, because a lot of other things will be happening on our YouTube channel. You don't want to miss out on it. Follow us on social media. On Instagram and LinkedIn particularly, we share a lot of good stuff there, and we're going to look at it now. Thank you so much, everyone. God bless you. Have a great evening and a fantastic 2020.